Hi, everybody. It's been a minute, but we're back. Before we can start stream today, though, I figured that I should go ahead and tell you guys a little bit about, how my stuff went last week. Also, I gotta read these, donations real quick as well, so let me do that first. Rogue123987 with the £5. Anyone else ever think about how the plot of Umineko 2.5 is Battler wildly misinterpreting which troll romance quadrant he and Beator are in? The fucking Homestuck curse. Archiver of Worlds, thank you for renewing your 6 months of membership. And Arahabaki Gaming with the $2. Happy Sayo Saturday, everyone. Okay, yes, so, you may remember that I left off my last stream by saying that I was going to be going to Anime Expo in California because Ryukishi07, the creator of Higurashi and Umineko, was going to be there along with Sayaka Ohara, who plays Beatrice in this game, in the original Japanese voice acting. And I did go there, and unfortunately, because of Manga Gamer being criminally incompetent, I was not able to get into their autograph line. However, on that Friday, Sayaka Ohara had a Q&A panel that I went to with a couple of viewers here as well. And we got there really, really early. So by the time they actually opened up the mic to allow people to ask questions, I immediately darted into that fucking line, can tell you that much. And Ryukishi was actually there at the panel as well. He was sitting in. So while I did not get an autograph, I was in fact able to meet face-to-face with both Ryukishi and Sayaka Ohara for just a minute. And I got to ask Sayaka Ohara a question, and I got to impart a bit of my thanks to both of them. So, you know, despite not getting an autograph, I'm pretty happy with the fact that I actually got to speak to both of them. That was a pretty surreal moment. I still feel a little bit emotional about it, to be honest. So that was great. Nice Spice, do they speak English? Sayaka Ohara speaks a little bit of English. And she's actually, like, the bit of English that she can speak, she's actually really, really good. But they both had an interpreter on stage. As for the question that I asked, it wasn't anything really special. I was just asking Ohara, essentially, like, I was, like, kind of curious, because I know some of the bonus Umineko stuff has been, like, given voice acting in the past few years, and before that, like, the last time she had voiced the character was, like, over a decade ago. So I was basically just like, you know, hey, what was it like to come back to this role after so long of not having played it? Like, was there any difficulty in sort of, like, getting back into it? And she was like, oh no, I, like, you know, Beatrice left such a profound impact on me that it was like she was never gone. Like, I didn't have any trouble getting back into the role whatsoever. It was like no time had passed. That was pretty cool. So yeah, exciting stuff. Also got to hang out with some Higurashi and Umineko fans on Saturday. To those cosplayers of Spoiler Character, to that one cosplayer of Lambda, to that one cosplayer of Keiichi. I feel so bad for you for missing out on your autograph, man. I hope you got some kind of reimbursement, but all of you were great. You were super fun to hang out with. Oh, that Rena cosplayer that I can't remember what table it was that you were helping out at, but, like, I think it was, oh god, it had retro in the name, I think, but they were selling a lot of really cool import stuff. You were awesome. Thanks for hooking me up with some sweet merch at your table. Obviously, Arahabaki in the chat was with me. We had a great time. We did a lot of cool stuff, and I really enjoyed my time there, even though California is a nightmare escape, and I don't want to go back anytime soon. Yeah, y'all made the experience Really wonderful. It was great. Also, if those of you who have lingered around in the chats for a while, if you remember Lurf, I also got to hang out with Lurf there, and that was really cool. That was our first time meeting in person, so that was great. Yeah, it was pretty cool. But no time for lingering on all that. We've got some Umineko to get to, so let's go ahead and start Episode 6, Dawn of the Golden Witch. Good morning. It is at last time for the curtain to rise on Battler-sama's game. Let's observe the fight from the opposite side of the chessboard. Can Battler-sama succeed in playing the demanding role of the game master? There is no longer any difficulty level. At this point, these are not hints, but a confession. Let's go. No brain, no sanity. Yes, I am familiar with Your Turn to Die. I played like the first couple of chapters when it was pretty early on. I want to go back to it sometime in the near future, hopefully. A beautiful glow shone in from the skylight over the Grand Cathedral. The place was somehow different from the way it had been during the witch's trial. The decorations had changed. The several pleasantly sparkling white ribbons were paper thin, but they hung beautifully in the air. Flowers were arranged all over in a way that would make any place look cheerful. It was like how a single drop of impure water could spoil an entire cask of wine. Game audio might be slightly too loud. Is it? What do you guys think? Because it's at the same audio level I usually keep it at. A bit loud? Okay. And drag it down here. Let's see. Just the presence of the flowers, the ribbons, and the red carpet that ran down the center of the room made it hard to believe that this was the same place Yoshiromiya Natsuhi had been falsely accused of a crime. It had truly become a wedding chapel.
Love is generous. Love is merciful.
Love does not envy. It does not boast.
These words, spoken by two demons who seemed to be in charge of this gathering, were part of a ceremony for making an oath of love before the eyes of God. Of course, in this wedding celebrated by demons, there was no priest in sight. Instead, there stood the witch who controls miracles. In sickness and in health. Yeah, a wife's true job is to be supportive in times of sickness. Isn't that right, Erica?
Yes, my master.
That looks good on you. What a fitting outfit for the one who has conquered the bridegroom.
I'm honored, my master.
The bride standing on the carpeted path was Furudo Erika. The groom's face couldn't be seen. The bride's outfit was, without a doubt, a pure white wedding dress. The bride's veil represented both the white of God's blessings and the white of the demon's cruelty. A great many goat nobles, witches, and demons were gathered for this wedding. If only their heads hadn't been those of goats, it would probably have seemed to be a very refined crowd worthy of this great cathedral.
I'd expect no less of you, Byrne. Every single thing you come up with is always so screwed up.
A wife to support her ailing husband. Isn't that wonderful? It suits you, Erica. And congratulations to you, too, Mr. Groom. At that point, Bernkastel stared straight into the groom's eyes. The groom didn't answer. His eyes were gray. His lips would mutter something from time to time, but no one could tell if the words meant anything. Hey, are you listening? All of you? She spoke to the groom in the plural. Of course, there was only one groom. And of course, the gray-eyed groom didn't answer.
You can hear, but you can't answer, right? Don't worry, okay? Battler-san. I'll take everything of yours and trample all over it.
The Witch of Miracles sneered with an evil smile that would make even demons want to avert their gaze. Even that sneer provoked no response from Battler's dim eyes.
People live for the sake of love. Therefore, today, you have fulfilled the purpose of your lives.
Oh, how great is the power to live, the power of love. I pray that the brightness of this day blesses these two for all time.
Just give it a rest already, you demons. What comes next?
The couple will now make an oath of eternal love.
After that, they will exchange rings.
On Battler's hand was a ring bearing the seal of the one-winged eagle, proof that he was the territory lord of this world. And on Erika's finger was a diamond ring that could not be shattered by any miracle. Diamonds signify an eternal bond. However, in Greek, the word for diamond simply means unbreakable. Erika wasn't vowing to love Battler forever. She just wanted to take Battler as her property for all eternity. This wedding was being performed for the sole purpose of humiliating Battler.
Don't worry. I won't love you forever. After all, the point of this ceremony is to make you submit to me. Your heart will be shut inside an inescapable locked room forever, where I, Furudo Erika, the detective and the Witch of Truth, will command it. Your position as territory lord and your ring will become mine.
Get.
What was that?
Get out.
Yes, how about you can't get out of that locked room? After all, you made that locked room yourself. You will suffer in that room for all eternity. I'll remain by your side as a wife for eternity, and get to enjoy that look of anguish on your face all by myself. I'll defile you forever. Ushiromiya Battler!
Alright, let me catch these donations that were put in during the OP. Citrine Ray with the Canadian $5. Can't stay for stream, but happy Umineko Day. Thank you. And Horse Fry with the New Zealand $5. Battler Grindset, reach the truth, accept rematch, immediately lose, refuse to elaborate, don't leave. Yeah. As somebody in the chat said, are you surprised that Battler is not as good a game master as Beatrice is? But, yeah, there's a bit of a path to get to explaining that cold open, so why don't we go ahead and start making our way there. All that could be heard was the sound of the wind. A sound of misfortune, strong enough to bring sadness and unease to those who heard it. Slowly, I came back to my senses. I finally regained consciousness. Oh, okay, yeah. On top of a bed with a firm mattress. Where was this again? I couldn't remember where this was, but I could vaguely recall that it was very bad for me to be here. The room was dimly lit. There was a light on, but that just made the darkness and eeriness of the room more apparent. There were no curtains over the window, but it was too dark outside to see anything beyond it. If I squinted into that pitch blackness, it felt as though I would see the Witch of the Forest peeking back at me through the darkness. And I averted my gaze from the window in fear. I couldn't see or hear it, but I got the feeling that if I left this room, it would be bright and warm, and someone would be there for me. I have to get to where everyone else is right now. A bad memory from where I was very young began to well up. I was having trouble staying awake during a family gathering, and the next thing I knew, I was lying on a bed in a room I'd never seen before. I have this horrible, painful memory of waking up there, feeling incredibly lonely and crying my eyes out. This room, I'm not supposed to be here. I just want out. Once I started to think that way, I didn't want to stay in this room a second longer than I had to. This room scares me. It's creepy. Where is everyone? I want to get out of here right now. I opened the door, trying to leave the room. A pleasant glow snuck in through the crack of the door. As I'd thought, the corridor was filled with a comforting light. I couldn't actually hear them, but I could sense that far away, people were enjoying themselves. Everyone else must be gathered in the room across from this one. I'd been shut up in this lonely, creepy room all alone. I should go, quickly. As soon as I thought this, a merciless metallic sound rang out, and the door refused to open any further. The chain had been set. I'd always hated chain locks. You can open a normal lock just by twisting, but chain locks are built in a kind of annoying way where it's difficult to undo them easily. So I've hated them since I was very young. See? Even this chain is causing me trouble, and I just can't get it undone. Why is this happening? I just want to leave this creepy room right away. Just on the other side of this thin door, everything is bathed in a warm light. I can't undo it. I just can't undo this chain. The more desperate I grew, the more the unsettling darkness of this room seemed to close in on me from behind, and the more frightened I became. Then, I finally noticed. There was something wrong with this chain. Yes, there is a chain, but this isn't a chain lock. This is just a chain staked into the door so that I can't open it so that it can't be opened any further. In other words, it isn't made to be opened. What the hell is going on? Who'd do something like this? Damn it! No matter what I did, no matter how much I struggled, I couldn't pull out the stake or undo the chain or break the mechanism. This door was just a demon's mouth, made to trick me into thinking it would open before crushing my hopes a moment later. Even so, if only I could just open this door somehow, I could get out into that pleasant corridor. This desire forced me to keep my hand glued to the doorknob. But it was useless.
Both the chain and the stake were firm, and though they clattered about, there was no chance of letting the door open any further. Even though I could see the pleasant hallway through the crack, I had no chance of opening the door any further. Maybe someone will come if I yell. Maybe the door can be opened easily from the outside. When I thought this, I tried to call out to someone, but it was as though the wind had been knocked out of me. I could mouth the words, "Someone, come here," but no voice left my lips. What's going on? Someone come. Why can't I cry out? Help me. Help me. Help me. Not even being able to say help me out loud scared me more than anything. And if I turned around, the witch gazing into the room from the darkness outside might now be inside the room, standing right behind me. Frightened. I'm frightened. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. Someone help me. Someone help me. I can't get out. I can't get out. Let me out of this room. Help me. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. Let me out. Let me out. Let me out. Help me. Help me. Help me. I can't remember who this is supposed to be. I think I know who this is, but we'll see. Missy, it sounds like they've arrived. Huh? I was fucking right. Okay, there we go. Oh. Amakasa ran his finger down my cheek. I awoke in an instant from the doze I had just been in. I glared at Amakasa for waking me up in such a creepy way, but he just played dumb.
Daniel with the 2 pounds. Get scared, get scared, get scared. Thank you.
Where is this? It feels like a parlor in the house of some well-off person, but I have no memory of this place at all. Where is this? And why am I... You still half asleep, Missy? Yeah, sorry. Where are we? Huh? Apparently he hadn't expected me to forget something like that just because I wasn't fully awake yet. Oddly enough, I agreed. Why am I in this parlor that I don't recognize? The sound of the footsteps of the person, or people, that Amakasa had mentioned, had come right up to the opposite side of the door. I could hear the sound of a conversation. They were probably women. Judging by the coffee and snacks laid out in front of me, I was the guest here. In that case, I'd better remember why I came here. Or at least who it was I came to visit. Who am I? Ushirimiya Anje. Who is this man standing behind me? Amakasa Juza.
Does he have a new profile, or is it the same as ever? Former guard of Ava is an extreme thrill-seeker who accepts dangerous jobs for little pay. He had served as Anjay's bodyguard before, but after he broke Ava's strict order not to talk to Anjay countless times, Ava ultimately took a dislike to him and let him go. Anjay herself didn't find him all that bad because he was someone she could talk to. JSDF, Foreign Legion, private military companies, this man has traveled them all, and has skill in counter-sniping and escorting VIPs. Yeah, what does Anjay say right now? The final descendant of the Ushirimiya family, 12 years in the future. In the middle of her journey to reach Rokenjima while evading pursuers from the Sumidera family, she is sucked into the world of an impossible memory. She reached several truths in the past games and possesses enough power to represent observers. It is said that many witches are fond of her bad attitude, and many of them even have an eye on becoming her master. The man who used to be my guard long ago. He's now the bodyguard Okanogi assigned to me. In that case, after Aunt Ava died, I must have thrown off my pursuers and gone on a journey to find out what happened on that day 12 years ago. Is that what happened? Did I have a memory of this? After a knock, the door opened.
and the person I must have come here to meet entered along with a maid. Oh, wonderful. Even after seeing her face, I can't remember who she is. Sorry to have kept you waiting. This is Hachijo Toya. That's a relief. The maid introduced her to me first. And I finally remembered who she was. She? I was sure it was a he.
Excuse me, but are you?
Yes, I'm Hachijo Toya.
The magazines talked about your book signing event. Supposedly a mysterious male author showed up wearing sunglasses and a mask. Never thought you'd be a woman. What's the deal?
Hachijo Toya, a message bottle forger. She is a mysterious novelist, and the mysteries surrounding her outnumber even those found in her novels. Claiming to have found the truth of Rokenjima, she writes new tales and publishes them on the web as though giving out extra hints. However, I have no memory of meeting her before my trip to Nijima. That was just a double set up by the editing department. I was the assistant standing behind him at the book signing.
No, there's a shock. I haven't read your works, but I'll bet you're even more of a mystery than your books are.
My readers only pretend to read my books. They buy them just based on the name of the author and brand they think and the brand and think they've actually read them. No matter what I write in my books, they don't truly read anything. They just pretend to read so that they can look smart and knowledgeable and keep up with the current fad. Am I supposed to expose myself to these people? Why indulge such trash? I see. Looks like you really are the great Hachijo. This person really is eccentric. There's no doubt about it. This is Hachijo Toya herself. Hachijo Toya is a mystery novelist who's become the center of discussion lately. Although her actual books are also apparently highly praised, it's her mysterious debut that's attracted so much attention towards her lately. Last year, she somehow managed to win several different awards for exceptional mystery novels offered by multiple large publishing companies, submitting each of her works under a different pen name. And after that, several highly regarded anonymous works were discovered, one after another, to have been stories she had written in the past under false names. And her popularity soared as she herself became more mysterious than her books. Despite all of this, the author herself never appeared in public, and everything about her was wrapped in a veil of secrecy. However, just a few days ago, this author had finally made a public appearance for a book signing, showing up with a mask that covered his face and drawing even more public attention. And yet, apparently even that had been a fake. Given this person's radically unconventional track record, it was hardly a surprise to hear her casually insult her fans like this. I know quite a lot about you too, Ushiromiya Anje-san. The talk shows have been discussing you for quite some time now. I'm sure you've heard nothing good. Yes, nothing good at all. Apparently you employ and then fire people on a whim. Think anything can be resolved with money and are an outlaw and a thug.
Yep, sounds about right.
However, I happen to like intelligent people like you. Is that why you agreed to meet with me? Exactly. You're the only person who's managed to spot the Itoi Kukuro 0576 as another pen name used by Hachijo Toya. That's actually pretty impressive. Itoi Kukuro 0576. It was a pretty strange username. However, if you match the Japanese syllables to numbers, you can read it as 11019960576. 11 019 960 576. This massive number is equal to 18 to the power of 8. 18 to the 8th power. In Japanese, Toya no Hachijo. That's how you reach Hachijo Toya. Very well done. I was quite impressed. In fact, I was so impressed, I decided to let you meet me in person. Welcome to my mansion, child of man. Her manner of speaking was extremely condescending, but perhaps because of her elegant manner, it didn't feel particularly irritating. This person had a sort of majestic grandeur about her, which made that style of speech seem almost natural. At least, that's how it felt to me.
In fact, it felt almost as though this was the manifestation of some noble being, who would have no need to show herself before mere humans under normal circumstances. Since I'm not particularly a fan of hers, I guess this is proof that her mysterious charisma really is nothing to be laughed at. However, I didn't come here to talk to Hachijo Toya, the mystery novelist. I'm interested in Itoi Kukuro 0576, the mysterious web author who only releases her works over the internet. Around the Japanese parts of the internet, Itoi Kukuro is an extremely famous witch hunter. However, she isn't a big opinion leader like Professor Otsuki. She's one of those message bottle forgers who are always the center of vigorous debate. Message bottle forgers are, as the name suggests, people who forge and post the contents of riddle-filled message bottles which purport to tell the story of the Rokenjima incident. Claiming to have discovered a new message bottle, they post either a very similar counterfeit or a new theory with their own interpretation of the truth, claiming that it was written by Ushiromiya Maria. They openly call themselves Ushiromiya Maria, write up a new bizarre tale as if they had been there themselves and knew the truth, and send their stories out into the newest sea that mankind has discovered, the internet, calling them the third or fourth message bottles. All of the first forgers were either simple pranksters or crooks trying to swindle collectors. However, eventually, people who claimed to have solved the riddles of the message bottles' tales and reached the truth started to appear. And they started work creating third and fourth message bottles from Ushiromiya Maria, as though they had moved over to the riddle teller's side. These people rewrote the tale of the witch with whatever interpretation they wanted, and every once in a while, certain theories would gather an enormous amount of support on the web. Because of this, some of these creations began to be so widely trusted that they were believed to contain some grain of truth. The more rigid witch hunters openly despised these people, calling them forgers, counterfeiters, or just witches. Though they claimed to have reached the truth, they refused to tell it, and created fake message bottles as though testing everyone else. It's no surprise that the serious witch hunters were very annoyed by these forgers. However, there were many people who simply liked to entertain themselves with the occult fantasy of Rokenjima, and a small number of those accepted these creations as literary works, glad of this expansion to the mysterious tale. Of all the forgers, Itoi Kukuro was the one most highly regarded. End of the Golden Witch. I read that one of yours. It's nice to know you have no qualms about killing off other people's families. Is that why you came all this way, just to say that? I think not, final descendant of the Ushiromiya family. Daniel with the £5. Hey, wanna read my fanfic about your dead family? Like, literally, yeah. And, yes, chat, she wrote episode 5. But wait, there's more. In her latest forgery, End, she killed off at least 7 of my relatives during the story. No, if you count Alliance and Banquet, the other forgeries she has made before now, then she's killed off most of my family in horrible ways, over and over again. Hachijo Toya wrote episodes 3, 4, and 5. Of course I'd want to complain. However, all of her works are known for being, in both form and level of completion, the closest tales to those written by Ushiromiya Maria herself. In particular, Itoi Kukuro's first forgery, Banquet of the Golden Witch, was a depiction so complete that it even included Ushiromiya Eva's escape to Kuidorian. People wondered whether this might be the true story of Rokenjima, and even made it onto talk shows. Nozo, don't get ahead of yourself. You'll see. This is important. Nobody doom post about this, but think about it. So far, all of these tales have been nothing more than an electronic text on the web. However, people will eventually realize that Itoi Kukuro is actually Hachijo Toya. When that happens, these tales will become associated with that bizarre Hachijo, and no one will think of them as mere fan creations. People will probably start wondering if this might actually be a third message bottle she found and released under the guise of a story she herself wrote. When that happens, these stories will probably seem even more bizarre and credible. You are cunning, aren't you? Why do you say that?
You're doing this to make your forgeries more mysterious and more credible. And what do you mean by credible? Once you've gained credibility, your forgeries will rise to the level of truth. Rise to the level of truth? How foolish. Such a thing is unnecessary for my works. Is that because your works are the truth and not mere forgeries? Correct. They are the truth, so there's no need for them to rise into anything. You aren't Maria One-chan, and you weren't on Rokenjima that day. So how can you be so absurd as to call this the truth?
Missy, you're getting a bit too stirred up.
Shut up! How can you call this stirred up? Anja realized that she'd let her emotions get control of her. She let out a sigh and shrugged. Your reason for coming here, it wasn't to yell at me for murdering your family several times within my forgeries, correct? Hachijo had been smiling at Anja kindly, but in a condescending manner. Or else like a mother might watch over a very small child.
Corporal, I wouldn't call Hachijo a self-insert for Ryukishi, per se. I would say that Hachijo is definitely a part of Ryukishi, like a certain reaction within Ryukishi, but I would not say that she is meant to be like a one-to-one of him or anything like that.
Anja realized this and was unable to suppress her irritation. Apparently, Amakasa could tell that Anja was getting worked up. He joked around with her for a bit so they could start the conversation over again from the beginning. The thing you came here to hear, it's the truth that I've reached, is it not? Why are you so sure that you've reached the truth? Because I've understood all of the tales. And I'm asking you why you're so sure about that. Do you think the sun ever revolved around the Earth? Hachijo suddenly started talking about the geocentric model. Anja was about to tell her not to answer questions with more questions, but she quickly realized what Hachijo meant. Humans used to support geocentrism. However, that theory has been disproved in the modern age. Does this mean that at the instant that theory was denied, the sun stopped moving and the Earth started revolving around the sun? Of course not. The truth doesn't change based on what humans believe. It's the same with this case. Your denying my truth amounts to the same thing. Several scholars before Galileo proposed the heliocentric model. However, it was hard to objectively prove it using scientific techniques available at the time. However, that didn't change the fact that it was the truth. And yet, it moves. So you're saying the truth is still the truth, whether you can prove it or not? Correct. In the future, when the full truth finally becomes known, people will look back and realize that I had already discovered it. Apparently Anja just couldn't stand Hachijo's attitude. She kept getting irritated, and every time Amakasa would joke around until she settled down again. However, there could be no mistake that Hachijo was a genius, and had used her extraordinary intuition to form a most interesting perspective on the events that had occurred on the island. That was why Anja had wanted to contact Itoi Kukuro and hear about her viewpoint. Still, she really was lucky to have been granted this meeting. Anja hadn't been absolutely sure that Itoi Kukuro was Hachijo Toya. She hadn't thought that the publishing company would really contact the author, and most of all, she hadn't dreamed that the mysterious masked author would grant her an interview under such short notice. The more she thought about it, the more she realized that the sum of the events leading to this meeting made for nothing short of a miracle. Yes, a miracle. After all, in most cases, I don't get contacted by the publishing company at all and leave for Nijima the next day. I left for Nijima, then I went on to Rokenjima. Then I gave One-chan Sakutaro. Huh? Why would I have Sakutaro? My memory of the future is all muddled. My head hurts. Hachijo said something about showing Anja something good, rose from the sofa, and headed for the study desk. When she turned her back, Amakasa asked Anja, who seemed to be troubled about something, if she was okay. Hey, Amakasa, how long have I been here?
What? You've been acting weird for a while now. What's going on?
I can't remember how long I've been sitting here.
Are you still sleepy?
That's not it. I mean, I managed to get an appointment with Professor Otsuki, but the publishing company never got back to me about Itoi Kukuro. And in the end, I spent the whole of today unable to accomplish anything, I thought.
Huh?
Amakasa, I thought you went to go get that large black bag.
That's right. Just before we left for Nijima, Amakasa and I briefly parted ways. He said something about getting a weapon from an acquaintance of his, and he went to go get that large black bag. Wasn't that today? What am I talking about? I mean, didn't I go to Nijima, meet Captain Kawabata, and inside the bed shop? Huh? What? Is something wrong? Did my confusion and uncertainty make me sigh out loud? Even though Hachijo's back was to me, she slowly turned around and smiled as though she had peered into my heart. No, it's nothing. Strange memories, ones that even I can't understand. I tried to hide my confusion, but for some reason Hachijo had a strange glint in her eyes, as though she could read my mind. I have revived and killed your family several times within various forgeries, almost as a witch might. Reviving and killing them whenever you like, endlessly. Sounds almost like Beatrice, doesn't it? Yes, it does. So please follow the lead of all those people on the web, and consider the possibility that I might be a witch. She took a thickly packed brown envelope out of a locked drawer. It appeared to be filled to bursting with pages of printed out text. Perhaps this was a manuscript for one of her works, and the neat letters written with a fountain pen on the envelope spelled out the word Dawn. There is no forgery by the name of Dawn, which must mean, Anja could tell, this was a new one. Hachijo's newest, unreleased forgery. Dawn of the Golden Witch. For one such as I, who knows everything, everything is boring. However, I don't dislike letting the ignorant read my works to see what kind of reaction they have. And so I want you to read it. You want me to read your newest work which you've created as the new Endless Witch? Correct, child of man. Whether you resent it or admire it, you can help me forget my illness for a time. Let's put an end to this farce, shall we? Who are you? I don't remember ever meeting you like this. Yes, I did try to contact Hachijo Toya. However, in the end, I never got a chance to meet her. In other words, all of this is a falsehood. Whose piece am I this time? Sorry, but if you think you can tame Ushiramiya Anje so easily, you're making a big mistake. Yes, I'd hoped you'd be this interesting. She finally couldn't hold it back and burst out laughing. Gradually, the space around them seemed to fill with a strange purple mist. The room itself seemed to twist and bend. Her figure also twisted, and, after transforming through something that couldn't be described, she took the form of just what she had called herself. A witch. Splendid. You did well to see through my trick. It seems I'm the type that witches just love to cling to. All of you have the same condescending tone towards other people. I figured you were a witch right away. The novelist sitting on the sofa was nowhere to be seen. Even Anje's bodyguard, who was supposed to be around at times like this, was gone. There was only a non-human figure relaxing in a large, ornate rocking chair. I find you to be truly interesting, child of man. Your charming nature is the perfect thing to alleviate my boredom. Yeah, well, I don't see anything charming about this. Why am I alive? Wasn't I killed in a pretty nasty way for breaking the rule about revealing my name? Well, I did doubt that those people would just let me go so easily. What kind of farce will I be forced to go along with this time? I really don't care. I'll just do whatever I can within the bounds of the role they give me. Whatever I can to help Onichan. Of course, I understand. Even if he wins, he'll never come back to me.
Even so, I'll struggle on. I'll make sure Oni-chan comes back to the me of that day.
No need to lose your temper. I'm not asking you to be at peace. Then why did you summon me here? Don't tell me you want me to read this new story or whatever it is you've written. That's it exactly. I do not want you to be my peace. I have always been a mere observer, and I have no intention of sticking my neck into their game. I don't get it. What is it that you want from me? Be an observer for me. An observer of the fragments Beatrice has woven. An observer? I don't really know what you mean, but no deal. In the past, I observed the fragments through Battler's eyes. However, now that he has succeeded the position of Game Master, he is not a suitable observer. I am following this tale with true and earnest intentions. It would be such a waste to observe it through the eyes of Battler as he is now, like reading a detective novel backwards.
Oni-chan is the Game Master? What on earth are you talking about?
Nightlight, Byrne is already an adult. They are not the same person. Of course you don't know. You want to know, don't you? I too wish to know something. What kind of tale will Battler weave now that he has taken the position of Game Master? Furthermore, I wish to search for the truth Battler reached as part of my own mental journey. My illness affects me gravely. If I do not think, I cannot keep even my heart beating. So, you want me to read your new picture book aloud to you? You might as well interpret it that way. When they were talking about the rocking chair, they were saying that this person was in the rocking chair. It's not another person. In exchange, you'll be able to take part in your own journey of the mind. I do believe that even you have yet to reach the truth. I think you want to continue on the journey to find that truth. I don't owe you anything. Don't push your luck. I can be lenient at times, but that is not usually the case. Anjay hadn't yet reached the truth either. Though she knew the game was little more than a toy for the witches to play with, she wanted it to resume, so that she could follow the tale and close in on the king called Truth. I might follow the tale so that I can find the truth myself, but I have no obligation to read it aloud until the end for your sake. Understand? Anjay was willing to read the story aloud, but she could quit any time if this witch made her mad. She was in effect warning the witch not to annoy her. Of course. You call it a picture book, but to me it is the only medicine for a fatal illness. I cannot take that medicine without you to assist me. In other words, this is a mutually beneficial arrangement. So you're telling me to read you a book until you fall asleep. And in exchange, you'll let me read it too. Is that right? Precisely. If you're willing to accept, I shall ask that you become my reader for a time. Well, it's nice to get my own title, but all you really want me to do is read books, right? Becoming my reader means the same as becoming my familiar. In other words, what is done against you will be done against me. I will not permit anyone to disrupt my only interest, that being to read the rest of Beatrice's tale. I will not let Bernkastel, Lambda Delta, or even Beatrice force anything upon you. This witch, who seemed to have an almost divine quality to her, spoke both quietly and forcefully. There was no threat in her words. However, even so, it was clear that she was on a different level than Bernkastel and the other witches, and not at all to be taken lightly. So you'll offer me protection if I agree to read your book? Of course. What I want for you is to read aloud to me. I will not spare any attempt to stand in the way of that. If my attitude seems arrogant to you, allow me to apologize, child of man. It may not seem so, but I am speaking to you with the utmost respect. Yeah, probably. I get the feeling that even that witch-like style of speech is the most respect you've shown anyone in the last few centuries. When you're reading a book, do you tell it thank you very much before flipping through the pages? I guess it is like that. I understand. Just by agreeing to have a conversation with Anjay, she was showing an incredible amount of respect and willingness to compromise. Anjay shrugged, but she also nodded to show her consent. Sure, I'll be your reader. I see that you showed a ton of respect just by asking for my consent first. You understand well, child of man. My name is Anjay, not child of man or whatever. Very well. As proof of my respect for you, I will acknowledge your name. For her, acknowledging a human's name was like acknowledging the names of all the leaves scattered across the ground. So, her acknowledging Anje's name was a miracle. No, it was immensely good fortune. From this point forth, Ushirimiya Anje will serve as reader and Miko to the Witch of Theatergoing, Featherine Augustus Aurora. So first, let's look at the terminology here for those of you who need it. Miko is often translated as Shrine Maiden. Traditionally dressed in white and red, Miko act as assistants at Shinto shrines. In addition to helping out with the day-to-day running of the shrine, including cleaning the premises and selling charms and fortunes, Miko also performs ceremonial dances and assist priests in Shinto rituals and performances. And Featherine Augustus Aurora, the majestic witch of theater-going, drama, and spectating. She has tired of life after 1,000 years and constantly repeats a cycle of life and death. In the past, she served as the master for numerous games as a legendary witch, but her legend, glory, and memory have already disappeared into the past and been forgotten. Only the solemn medal she wears on her chest retains those memories. The horseshoe-shaped object floating around her head is a memory aid device. It records her name, appearance, and other aspects of her personality. She is so old that she would not be able to preserve her own individuality without this. Until you finish reading, I shall bring calamity to all who attempt to hinder your task. When the Witch of Theatergoing, Featherine, spoke this, Anje was wrapped in a bright light. Anje didn't feel any particular change herself, but she definitely had been given something that only non-humans could sense. It signified that from this point forward, Anje would be attached to the Witch of Theatergoing. That didn't mean that Anje would gain some sort of special power, but at the very least, it probably meant that anyone wanting to cause her harm would first have to take on Featherine herself. Your name is pretty long. Sounds like some ancient Roman person. What should I call you? Those not familiar with me call me Augustus Aurora. After all the respect you've shown me, it's only fitting that I respond in kind. I'll call you Featherine. Any problems? None at all. For an ailing witch such as myself, even being called by my first name will be an experience to be treasured and pondered over. Child of man. I have a name. It's Anje. Even conversations like this are nice every once in a while. Anje, my Miko. Anje accepted her role. She would observe this tale with the Witch of Theatergoing. The curtain was rising on the 6th tale. At one time, only Beato and her fellow witches had gathered in this smoking room to chat. Now, however, an unusually large number of people were present.
I wonder what kind of game Battler's going to show us.
I don't care what, as long as it's fun enough to relieve my boredom as I crush it.
Leave everything to me, my master. I will perform to my fullest and give you the results you desire.
Yeah, you'd better. I kept making strange faces all the time last game thanks to you. Though I might start getting wrinkles.
Jonathan, have I watched the preview of Sonic X Shadow Generations Dark Beginnings? Yeah, I was at the Anime Expo panel where they showed it live. It was pretty hype. I'm looking forward to it.
There's no need to worry. The beauty of your face is without peer, no matter how wrinkly it may get.
It's rare to see Byrne in such high spirits. Beato's game board really is something else.
How sad it is that the master of this game board is no longer with us.
A tiger dies and leaves behind its hide. Looks like Beato has died and left behind her game.
Even though chess still exists, no one knows the name of the person who invented it.
Oh, you're right. Poor game creators.
Come to think of it, Battler-san is really keeping us waiting, isn't he? Is he still setting up the 6th game? Gertrude, how are Lord Battler's preparations progressing?
For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. Know that he will be finished very soon.
He must have a lot of confidence in what he's creating to keep us waiting this long. He really humiliated me in front of Master last time. I'll defeat him no matter what it takes. And you in particular, make sure you don't screw up again. I will meet the challenge with all of my strength.
The previous Game Master, Lambda Delta, had confirmed that Battler understood everything about Beato's game. However, in order to prove it, Battler would have to run this game by himself and carry it through to completion. In other words, if Erica could crush this game of Battler's, she would in effect wipe away the dishonor of that last game. Though Erica was chomping at the bit to get started, it was taking Battler quite some time to show himself. Then, a swarm of gold butterflies swelled out of nothing and formed a human shape. From the shape of that familiar dress, everyone immediately realized who it was.
Ah, look, it's Beatrice-san. And I thought you died and disappeared last time.
Beato, the player is the one who disappeared. This is probably just a piece. Battler's piece.
Even if she is a piece, it does not change the fact that it is her.
Beatrice gave an elegant curtsy as she appeared. This humble entrance was so vastly different from her usual high-pitched laugh that it created a sense of tension as they waited for the start of the 6th game to be announced at last.
Father will be here very soon. I ask that you wait just for a short while longer.
Uh-huh. Father? What's that? This game's new twist on things?
Not only had Beato started talking in an unusually polite manner, she had also used the word father, probably referring to Battler. For an instant, everyone was stunned into silence, but they quickly realized that this was part of something bigger and they grinned. Beato wasn't the type who could keep up this act for long. It would probably fall apart in a few seconds, leaving her laughing and cackling rudely at everyone. Erica, who was itching for a fight, went for Beato almost at once. Grace Wolf with the $20. Wanted to thank you for taking the time to read a story that has helped me think more critically about the stories I enjoy. After rereading and gaining a greater understanding of the mystery, I'm here for the answers. Thanks. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
I never expected that incompetent Battler, son, to reach the truth of your game. It must be Father's talent that led him to his profound understanding. He really is clever. You're pretty lucky, aren't you? If Battler hadn't become the Game Master, you would never have revived again. You certainly have the luck of the devil. The devil? In any case, I'm going to pay you back in full for last time. You're just one of Battler's delusions, fantasies. I'll erase every part of you and knock you down into the abyss of oblivion. Well, I also intend to hold my own.
She is not using watawa anymore. She is using watashi as her personal pronoun.
I, look forward to having a good, clean fight.
Huh? By this point, everyone realized that something weird was going on. There was no doubt that the face, the dress, and the hair were all Beatrice's. However, her expression was different. Even though she had Beato's face, Beato would never show anyone an expression like that.
Just who are you?
There was a heavy silence. Estefania, don't overthink that. That wasn't my intention. I was just trying to make her sound more innocent because that's how the Japanese voice sounds too. It's the same voice actress. For Beatrice, I mean. Lambda Delta spoke for everyone there. At first, Beato wore a smiling yet confused expression. However, when she realized that the mood had suddenly gone stiff, her expression finally darkened and she hung her head.
Who are you? You appear to be Lady Beatrice, but is that true?
Even Dlanor was forced to ask despite the rudeness of the question. That was how much this woman, who appeared to be Beato, was not.
Am I somehow different from the Beatrice that all of you were expecting?
What are you talking about?
Wait a second. Don't tell me you have amnesia or something. I was only born recently, so I have no memories at all. But I'm studying hard in order to become the Beatrice you all expect.
Beato, I thought I told you to stay in your room.
Battler's voice came out of nowhere. His tone was very slightly cold. Beato's expression looked like that of a young girl being scolded. With a swirl of gold butterflies, Battler appeared. His dignified bearing and appearance were fitting for the ruler of this game. However, his expression was gloomy, and his gaze was directed at Beato.
Go back to your room. You weren't supposed to be here.
I just wanted to help you however I could, Father.
Go. To your room.
He spoke both softly and forcefully. Battler didn't leave her any room for debate. Beato hung her head and curtsied as she prepared to leave the room.
Also,
Yes? What is it, Father?
my name is Battler. Never call me by another name again.
Yes.
Beato melted into a swarm of butterflies and disappeared. This was the first part of the tale with Battler as the game master. The witches had all expected him to come forward with some flashy, big developments, so they were all fairly confused. Their mouths were still hanging open.
This is an unusual approach. Pardon me. Please forget what you saw just now.
So are you trying to trick us with this? You're scheming to give us the wrong impression, like another North Wind in the Sun strategy, aren't you? Is there something wrong?
Don't worry about it. It has nothing to do with you people.
I see. Then it doesn't matter. All right, Battler. Please start up the new game right away. You've kept us waiting so long, it's gotten totally boring.
Sure. Let's start the 6th game. Erica, and you too, Bernkastel. This will be my tale. Proof that I've reached the truth about Beato. Lambda Delta, please oversee this game, as a former game master.
Sure, looking forward to it. What's the title?
Dawn. As in Dawn of the Golden Witch.
Of course, the winter sun is quick to sink back below the horizon.
Of course, my master. I'll drag it back down for you right away. At least your title is good, Battler-san. I'll give you that much.
I'm glad you like it. Then, let's get started. The 6th game will now begin.
Battler solemnly announced the start of the game. Compared to his fired-up attitude at the end of the last game, where he and Erica had sworn to settle everything next time, he was extremely quiet now. Anje, Beato seems very different from the way she was before.
I'm surprised too. I don't have a clue what's going on. In fact, I don't even get why Beato's revived in the first place. I just finished reading it a little while ago, but at the end of the previous tale, didn't she die just before Oni-chan reached the truth?
There are 2 kinds of death in this world. One of them is when a piece is taken from the game board. This is only a death within the bounds of the game, and these lives can revive over and over again each time you start a new game. And that's why the witches are so merciless when it comes to taking those lives. To the witch players, the lives of those characters who appear on the game board are no different from pieces on a chessboard, so that take other pieces and get taken. After all, these pieces will be set up again when the next game starts. Maria Sakutaro is a prime example of these.
Sakutaro is One-chan's piece?
Yes, that does make sense. On the game board that represents the inside of One-chan's head, Sakutaro certainly does exist, and is a piece which always stays by her side, though he's nothing more than a stuffed animal in the real world. On One-chan's game board, he's a full piece, no different from any other piece.
But I wonder, On the witch's game board, it's easy to revive a piece, right? But One-chan was unable to revive Sakutaro in her world.
That's because she lost that completely unique stuffed animal that was his vessel. Because of this, the conditions for that piece's existence were violated, and it became impossible to revive him on Maria's game board. The only reason you were able to revive Sakutaro on the game board was because you once again satisfied the conditions for his existence, correct?
True. Maria One-chan was only unable to revive him because she had lost the stuffed animal that was his vessel. If, like my family on Beato's game board, she hadn't needed a vessel for him, she would have been able to revive him as often as she wanted. Got it. I see that Sakutaro might be considered One-chan's piece. At least as long as his vessel was okay, he could have been revived over and over again.
Correct. As long as the vessel is safe, it can be revived over and over again. That's what the life of a piece is like.
That's the first kind of death in this world. What's the second?
That's the death of beings outside the game board. To continue with the Sakutaro example, this would be like Maria's death.
Not the piece, but the real One-chan's death, right?
It doesn't have to be her death. Loss of interest or concern would have the same effect. When Maria grows up from playing with stuffed animals, then Maria, the game player, will die. It's as quick and as easy as turning off the switch on a TV when you get bored of it.
I see. In that case, Beato the player completely gave up on winning during the last game, so she died and vanished. Which means that if Beato thinks she has a chance of defeating Oni-chan again, she'll come back to life, right?
Logically, that is true. It's the same for people, witches, and even gods. If they lose interest and concern, they can die at any time, and if they regain that interest, they can revive at any time. However, though the concept of time does not exist in the world of gods, who can revive whenever they want, time shoots by like an arrow in the human world, and it is not so easy there.
That's true. Skipping school for one day might not be a problem, but if you skip for 3 days in a row, it'd be really hard to convince yourself to go back.
And what if that stretched out for a month, a year, or a decade? What if it lasted for 1,000 years, like the world of witches?
I see. If you skipped for that long, it would mean that you're death as far as society is concerned. If you remained dead for that long, not only would you be unable to catch up on all you missed in the world at large, you'd also lose any motivation you might have had when you left. So even though you'd be alive, you could say that you've died once. You would never again be able to regain the self that you once were. It would never revive.
Beato lost any chance or hope of winning. Even though she knew this, she pretended not to and kept on fighting for many, many games. So Beato will not return. Her hopes were crushed. She had spent all of her willpower that she might have used to regain the will to fight. Therefore, that Beatrice will never revive again.
That Beato, who just sat around the whole time with empty eyes in the 5th game, must have been her corpse. She had managed to remain on the game board despite it all, but then even that corpse was wiped away. If Beato had been the game master at that time instead of Lambda Delta, the game board itself would have vanished at that moment, and everything would have ended. Come to think of it, Beato started to lose the will to fight back near the end of the 4th game. When Beato loses her will to fight, the world of this game disappears. However, the witches wanted to keep playing in this game board world. Lambda Delta bound Beato in place with the curse of that shackle. She used that shackle to make sure that the game board wouldn't disappear. Even if Beato did lose the will to fight, in chess, this would be the equivalent of removing the set time limit for each turn, making it endless. However, simply having the game endlessly paused on Beato's turn would cause the witches to die from their illness of boredom. That's why Lambda Delta took the position of Game Master. Starting then, Beato's existence was no longer one of the conditions necessary for the game to exist. That's probably why the shackles binding her to the game board were released. And that explains why she disappeared in the 5th game. So, when Oni-chan managed to reach the truth, it was one game too late for him to tell Beato about it.
The 5th game was a form of charity on Lambda Delta's part. She merely showed Battler some mercy as the Witch of Certainty, acknowledging his strong desire to reach the truth no matter what. How can you call that charity? It's just those fickle witches killing time. Let's get back to the point. So that means this weird Beato isn't the player Beato. She's just a piece Beato.
Yes. And if that is so, you would expect her to turn out as the Beato everyone knows well. That should also be the kind of Beato that Battler wants.
You mean, he wasn't satisfied with just a doll? When playing with dolls, one can project the personality they most desire onto the doll. However, since you're acting out their part, nothing unexpected can ever happen. You cannot hope for any unanticipated happiness. In the human world, there is nothing so boring as predictability. That's why, though a doll can become a person's best friend in the world, people eventually get bored and outgrow them. Oni-chan only wants the real Beato. He couldn't bear having a doll that could only make act like Beato.
A Beato born as Battler's piece would probably move exactly according to Battler's wishes.
She is a piece, so that's only natural. Pieces move according to their player's directions, and they're incapable of moving in any other way. I see what it is Oni-chan wants. Then, just who is this weird Beato?
Battler might be trying to revive Beato in the truest sense. It is the never-dying dream held by the children of man.
You just used the red to say that wasn't possible.
That Beato has no chance of reviving. However, that doesn't mean that it is impossible to create Beato again. Have you forgotten? I believe the Bernkastel herself revealed Beato's true form at the end of the first game.
Now I remember. She said something about how Beato exists as the incarnation of the rules.
Rules and information, brought together, ultimately took the form of the witch known as Beatrice. If that pattern is followed once more, the same Beatrice will be born again, and perhaps one could call that a resurrection.
Yeah, so, like, this is one of the things that, like, took me a while to kind of wrap my head around, because while, yes, Beato that we've known up until now does, in a way, like, obviously conceal the truth and identity of the culprit, quote-unquote, she is also not an individual, like, real person. She is a concept. She is literally, like, a Gajinka of the game board, essentially. So... lot going on there. In other words, that weird Beato is like an egg of Beato, or else a chick.
That interpretation is probably accurate. In short, this Beato is a chick that might become that Beato.
And that means this pure and lovable kid will eventually grow into that screwed up crazy witch. Corporal, I wouldn't necessarily say that either. I wouldn't call it that simple. Again, Beato, as she exists in the realm of purgatory, is not one single person. Or she's not completely analogous to a single person. In other words, that Beato is a baby version of the Beato we all know. So, just like how no person is born evil, the newborn Beato isn't evil either. Even though she really is a different person, if you measure her by her basis, her soul, then maybe you could call this a resurrection. However, this reality can't possibly be easy to accept. Though she may technically be Beato herself, she is also without a doubt a different person. And that way that she acts would make anyone feel as though something is out of place. BP, the spirit of the game, an imaginary friend, what else is she? She's anything you need her to be, baby. Yeah, she's Umineko. That's a good way to put it, Zero Anonymity.
How entertaining. Hearing you read aloud is far from boring.
I wonder if you even really need someone to read aloud for you. It looks like you already know everything.
I only reached that thought because I am engaged in a conversation with you. My thoughts are more numerous than the stars in the sky. I only appear to know everything to a child of man like you. However, without you here, I am nothing but a weak, sickly person without even the power to think.
If you just said that in the first place, I'd have agreed to read for you a lot more easily.
My mood just happened to improve. Don't get an overswelled impression of yourself. I think of your life as nothing more than a leaf one may lose after using it as a bookmark.
Please continue reading, is how I choose to interpret that. Okay? Far from boring. You really do make an excellent Miko. Featherine rocked back in her rocking chair and looked up at the ceiling, laughing as though the conversation itself was pleasant for her. Anjay was slowly figuring out how to deal with this strange witch. This person was also bored. When a sick person had been in bed for a long time and gets too bored, they sometimes act in a rebellious way. On the other hand, they also get a little bored of being treated kindly all the time. She may want to be respected for her superiority, but it's probably more interesting for her when she's spoken to a little rudely. What a coincidence. That's exactly how I used to be. Need water. Anyway, from what we learned in the 4th game, there's no doubt that there was some kind of bad blood between Beato and Oni-chan in the past. Learning about this Beato might give us a key towards finding the truth. It does seem so. It has caught my interest as well. Let us read her tale too. Oh, sure, as you wish, my master. Anjay raised her hands like a conductor, and the bookshelves in this bizarre study responded. Once again, several books floated out and began to swirl around Anjay. Neon Rizzo's the $5. Chicken Soup for the Beatrice. Oh my god. That's a pretty good title, actually. That would make a good podcast episode name for something talking about this episode. Kinzo's study in the room belonging to the master in the human world. Did I misread that? Hold on. Kinzo's study is the room belonging to the master in the human world. Okay. So this study in the world of non-humans belonged to the master of the game board, and was a place where he could look down upon the humans. Therefore, it was understandable that one might mistake the imposing robe-clad man in the center of the study for Kinzo, if only for a second. It wasn't Kinzo. It was Battler, the one who had taken up the position of Game Master, and who had become the new territory lord of this world. Around Battler was a swirl of glowing fragments, sparkling like the night sky. And on the floor was what appeared to be a red magic circle. To an outsider, it would have appeared to be nothing more than an incomprehensible geometric shape. But to Battler, who stood at its center, it was the outline for a new tale. A new line grew from across the magic circle, following Battler's gaze. Then, at the instant it connected with the complicated symbol, the entire magic circle flashed briefly. So, how does it look?
It is splendid, my lord. The 6th game is complete.
As Battler wiped his forehead and finally relaxed, Genji, who was standing behind him and watching over his every move, nodded deeply in response.
I always thought being a game master meant you could make the tale however you want, but this is seriously harder than I thought it would be.
You must write up multiple tales and make the inner and outer sides of the story match. And yet, you have displayed such skill. It's hard to believe that this is your first time. I believe even Erika-sama will be satisfied with this game.
Well, hopefully it matches that great detective's tastes. Still, I've got to honestly respect Beato now. I can hardly believe that she managed to create such complicated stories so easily.
It was not easy. Beatrice-sama spent a long time deliberating, and each time she created a tale, she would worry over various contradictions. She was constantly battling with logic errors.
Logic errors?
That's when the two sides of the tale do not meet, creating a contradiction. When this happens, it becomes a fatal violation of the rules known as a logic error, and the game board will immediately collapse and be destroyed. It is the greatest and worst form of error that the witch side can make, and one which must always be avoided.
And Beato got close to bumping into those several times in her games?
She fought with them every time she created a game. I believe it grew even more difficult for her as you became a more effective opponent.
So, do you think this game I've made is good enough to show Beato?
Yes, of course.
Has Beato still not woken up? It's been a while since her body was formed as a personification of the rules. Is she still not awake?
After remaining silent for a while longer, Genji answered.
She woke up 3 days ago. You were concentrating on the construction of the 6th game, so I decided to wait before telling you. My sincere apologies.
Oh, really? Yeah! I'll bet she's still all drowsy after sleeping so long. I've really wanted to show her my game. No, it's more than that. I have to show her my game. I need to tell her that I've understood everything.
Battler's face broke into a smile. There was no trace in his expression of the hatred he had once felt towards Beato for murdering his family. In a way, that was the final mystery of the 5th game. Yes, when Battler reached the truth, there was a great change in his impression of Beato. Does that mean it's fair to assume that there really was some kind of connection between Oni-chan and Beato, and that he forgot all about it? However, Battler suspected this in the 4th game and asked Beato about it, and within the story, this was denied by the Red Truth. 6 years ago, no person called Beatrice existed for Battler. We can read this as saying that Beato did not exist 6 years before, or it could simply mean that she had no connection to Battler at that time. However, either way, Battler did not visit Rokkenjima at all for the next 6 years. October 4th, 1986 should have been the first time Beatrice and Oni-chan met. If so, why was there already some kind of bad blood between them? I don't have a clue what it means. That Ushiramiya Battler's sin, which Beato questioned Battler about in the 4th game, might give us a clue. The result of that might have been Beatrice herself. The result? The result of Oni-chan's sin was Beato? That almost sounds as though Oni-chan created the witch called Beatrice himself. Almost as though Beatrice was Battler's piece. Huh? 6 years earlier, Battler committed a sin. Because of that sin, people died. The killer was Beatrice. If you consider the possibility that everything is connected to Battler's sin 6 years before, then the one who created Beatrice was Battler himself. I thought it sounded almost as though she was Battler's piece. I don't get it. If Oni-chan sinned in some way, it must have been something much lighter than murder at the very least. If someone caused this huge massacre in retaliation for that, that's totally out of proportion. Beato killed our family. Dad, Mom, Oni-chan. Everyone. I can't believe that Oni-chan's sin was anything deserving of that. The weight of a sin depends on the person measuring it. Even a sin so light that Battler might have forgotten could have been so serious to Beato that she hated him enough to massacre his whole family a full 6 years after the fact. Well, even I think that a bit excessive, and more importantly, if she were a person like that, I would find it hard to accept that Battler would act so friendly towards her after discovering the truth. Featherine's observation was extremely interesting. In a past game, Beato said clearly that Oni-chan's sin 6 years before was the cause of this 2-day tragedy. I still don't know what kind of sin that was. However, he figured it out at the end of the 5th game, and he even apologized to Beato. Even though she was the witch who had massacred his entire family in retaliation for his sin of 6 years before, Battler apologized to her. Of course, it was the player Battler who apologized, not the piece Battler whose family had been murdered over and over again. But even so, Battler must have remembered something at the end of the last game that made him feel like apologizing. This sin from 6 years before. Does this mean it's hidden somewhere in the tale so far? I have already formed a theory about it. Oh, let me hear it. I can't tell you yet. I want to enjoy being the only one who knows the answer for a little while longer. Well then, I guess I'm done reading for you. Well, we can't have that, can we? Have some patience and read a bit further. My theory is still nothing more than a guess. Once I'm certain of it, I'll tell you. Okay. Okay, my master. I actually do want to hear what comes next, after all. Oni-chan and Beatrice. Just what kind of connection is there between them? Learning that will probably be the ultimate key to the truth of this world. After all, remembering that was what enabled him to reach the truth.
Beatrice!
Welcome, my lord. Beatrice-sama's waiting for you. This way, please.
This place was a villa set aside for Beatrice's use. It was a sacred site for her only, built so that she could spend her days without being affected by the outside world.
My heart began to race. I'm so glad that she was able to revive, and that everything's okay. Beato's a personification of the rules. So even though she was destroyed once, it's possible for her to be reborn again.
Battler had quickly succeeded in reviving Beato's body, but he had trouble summoning her soul back. However, during the time he had spent immersed in the creation of this sixth game, she'd woken up. And this had happened 3 days ago. Battler let himself be led into the dining hall. The dining hall had been set up for his and Beato's use. It existed so that they could enjoy some black tea while discussing the truth, now that he had finally reached it in its entirety.
I want to tell her. I want to tell Beato that I've found the truth.
Battler couldn't hold back his excitement over this miracle he had been granted, that Beato was waiting for him in the dining hall to hear what he had to say. Estefania, I'm not sure. Let me check, actually. No, they're not here.
How is Beatrice? Same as usual? Is she in high spirits?
Oh yes, she's in very high spirits now. She has been waiting for you all this time, my lord. Oh yes.
Is she in the dining hall? She eating or something? That's alright, it doesn't matter either way.
You'll be surprised.
Beatrice!
When he swung open the doors to the dining hall, Battler was greeted by a wonderful sight. Though the food laid out on the table wasn't particularly sensational, it was arranged beautifully, and a champagne bottle stood there waiting. Then, the person clad in that familiar dress with the beautiful golden hair bowed deeply in greeting.
Beatrice.
You have my sincerest gratitude for giving me this form.
Beatrice, a new witch reborn from the rules. She has not lived 1,000 years, and her behavior is vastly different from how it once was. She is a witch who does not even know how to use magic. However, she has no fear of magic circles or spiderwebs. It is almost as though she is just a human. She adores Battler and considers it her purpose to devote herself to him.
Come on now. Don't worry about that. I'm so glad. Beato.
Battler rushed up to Beato and hugged her tightly, just to make sure her body wasn't just mist or an illusion.
I solved your riddle for you. But then, before I could tell you about it, you went and disappeared.
I'm right here. I will not disappear.
It's okay. You can stop talking like that. I'm not gonna ask you for anything in return. Anyway, I wanted to apologize. And I want to talk with you. I don't even know where to start.
You've done nothing that you need to apologize for, Father. I'm just glad to be of service to you.
Beato?
I was born for your sake, Father. Please, let me support you. And Father, congratulations on completing the 6th game.
I told you, stop talking like that. It's totally creepy.
Do you find this style of speech displeasing? Please forgive my rudeness.
Well, I don't find it displeasing, but it's not like you. I guess I like the way you usually talk best.
Beato smiled vaguely. To Battler, it probably looked as though they were both smiling over the same joke. However, Beato's smile was literally vague and uncertain. After all, she didn't know how she was supposed to talk.
Anyway, Beato, just what kind of a joke is this? Don't tell me that the great Beatrice-sama decided to cook for me.
When I heard that you had completed the 6th game, I wanted to see if I could prepare a modest reward to congratulate you. Beatrice-sama really worked hard to make this. I didn't even need to lend a hand at all, no I didn't.
The food set out on the table really was modest and inexpertly made. You could tell by looking at it that Beato, who wasn't particularly skilled with cooking, had given it her all when making it. However, signs of discomfort and irritation were beginning to appear on Battler's face.
What is this all about?
Well, as she said, Beatrice-sama decided that she would like to congratulate.
Sweat was starting to show up on Kumasawa's forehead. She was also feeling uneasy. When he noticed, Battler realized that it wasn't just his imagination. Beato turned her back to Battler and stuck a corkscrew into the champagne bottle. Then she showed it to Battler.
Father, congratulations on the completion of the 6th game. In the hopes that you will prove victorious over your longtime rival Furuto Erika.
Pop. When presented with a champagne bottle and a sound like that, anyone would think that the cork had been pulled out. However, it wasn't the cork, it was the bottom of the bottle. The high-quality champagne that Beato had procured splashed out all over the floor and her dress. Then, the same sound repeated several more times. Each time, one of the plates of food on the table was knocked into the air.
Father, did you find the food displeasing?
Who are you?
I'm Beatrice. I was born for your sake, Father.
No.
Huh?
Who is this? This isn't Beato! And don't call me father! What's going on here? What is this? Didn't I revive Beato? Genji, what is this all about?
My apologies, but that is indeed Beatrice-sama.
Like hell it is! How is this supposed to be Beato? She's totally wrong. A fake!
No, that is Beatrice-sama. It is without a doubt Beatrice-sama, who was born in accordance with the rules of the game board.
No, this isn't anything like Beato. Beato would always talk in this weird way. She'd laugh rudely and more and more.
No, this is unquestionably Beatrice-sama herself.
Then why is she talking like that? Why is she calling me father?
Beatrice-sama was only born a short while ago. It would be far too cruel to expect her to act as she once did so soon.
Are you saying that her memory hasn't returned yet?
My lord, this person is most certainly Beatrice-sama herself. She is not the Beatrice-sama. However, she is not the Beatrice-sama you know so well.
What are you talking about? I'm the game master, right? Why can't I revive Beato?
Oh yes, she most certainly has revived. However, the old Beatrice-sama had lived for 1,000 years. This Beatrice-sama, on the other hand, was only born a short while ago. If she appears to be a different person, well, that just can't be helped.
Then, how can I revive that Beato? Her body is right here! How can I revive her soul?
If she lives the same 1,000-year life again, she should become the same Beatrice-sama she once was before.
So I'm supposed to wait 1,000 years?
A person's personality isn't decided solely by their birth. It can change drastically based on how they live and what they experience.
Do you understand? Even though she is the same Beato, she is not the same. I get it. Even if you had two of the exact same person, they could change enormously depending on their upbringing. Even though they might be the same human to start with, their upbringing could change them so much that they effectively become two completely different people. Usually we use the term person to refer to a person, not their personality. However, since humans recognize a person by their personality, they might as well be two different people, from a human perspective.
That's so true. If that tragedy 12 years ago hadn't happened, Missy here might have been a cute girl who could smile without looking weird.
That's rude. I'm cute enough right now, thank you very much. I understand. If a personality is what makes a person in our eyes, you could say that a second personality is a different person entirely, even if it inhabits the same flesh body. At the very least, I'm a completely different person than I used to be 12 years ago. And if my family had come home 12 years ago, then that Ange that resulted would surely be a completely different person from me. Even the same human can become different people. In fact, depending on their upbringing and endless possibilities, they can become an endless number of different people. So just because this is the same Beato, there's no guarantee at all that she'll be the Beato that Oni-chan knows so well. And on top of that, Beatrice is a witch who lived 1,000 years. A person can die and be reborn in the span of just 3 days. 1,000 years is just too long.
It seems that you're quite a skilled reader. For most of my readers, it would be necessary to devote several hundred pages to explaining how a single human can become different people depending on their upbringing and the passage of time.
Don't underestimate your readers. We aren't just reading. We read. And we think.
If I give my word to 100 people to read, 90 will actually be able to. However, only 50 will actually understand what it means, and not even 20 will be capable of thinking beyond that. Yet, all I am asking is that they chew before they swallow. Nothing more than that. However, it seems that you are one of those precious 20 readers. That's why I invited you here, child of man.
It was hard to actually like this Tachijo Toya person. However, though this forgery she had written was still in its first stages, it definitely felt as though it had something very similar to those tales in those message bottles. Speaking metaphorically, one might call it a scent. An indescribable, stern atmosphere, like a stuffy library. The Beatrice who wrote the message bottles and Tachijo Toya are different people, and yet this has the same scent as that tale. I see. This is why some of those curious witch hunters are so intensely devoted to her. Their keen sense of smell was able to sniff out that familiar scent.
Very well then. Please continue reading. There could be nothing more entertaining than watching your face as you glance over the words. That, and speaking with you.
I guess it's true that writers are always starving for opinions on their works. Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't have time to read all the way through this thick manuscript. More importantly, I came here to...
But you have all the time in the world.
Both the second hand and the pendulum on the ornate clock behind Hachijo had been moving the whole time. However, absolutely no time had passed for a while now. Only about 3 minutes had gone by since the time she had entered the room.
See? Time isn't something you have to worry about. Time everywhere will leave you alone until you're finished reading.
Next page, Missy, next page.
Amakusa badgered me to turn the page, so I returned to the world of the tale once more. Why does her tale have the same scent as Beatrice's, I wonder? Is it because she actually has reached the truth as she claims? Does this mean that anyone who knows the truth could create an endless number of message bottles? Is that what the Catbox world is like? I see. Maybe she really is an endless witch herself. In fact, maybe anyone who knows the truth can become an endless witch. An endless tale created by endless witches. The 2 days starting on October 4th, 1986, where my family is being toyed with endlessly. I have to end it. I have to find a hint of the truth from within this story, and end this endless tale.
What do you think, Beato? How's the 6th game I've made? Well, you're not the type to give me an honest compliment anyway, are you? You'd probably say something more like, not bad for an incompetent fool like you.
Not bad for an incompetent fool like you.
Now that I've seen what it's like to be a game master, I understand everything. You really had to work hard during each and every game. Creating a game's not such an easy thing. To think the day would come when we would both congratulate each other like this.
Creating a game is not such an easy thing. To think the day would come when we would both congratulate each other like this.
All wrong. This isn't Beato.
Battler slammed hard on the desk, but the piece Beato showed no reaction. After all, Battler hadn't ordered her to react. So yeah, this is not Chick Beato, this is a piece that he just made like 2 seconds ago. It was easy to revive that Beato as a piece. However, it would only move according to Battler's wishes. Having a conversation with it was no different from talking to himself. The Game Master could summon any kind of piece. He could move those pieces in any way he wanted, reigning as an absolute god. However, for that very reason, they were just pieces. That made it unbelievably lonely and sad.
You created many kinds of furniture, as well as several tales in the past. When I saw that, I was sure that you were having a great time doing it. But that's wrong. You were unbelievably lonely.
It must have been such a relief for you to have an opponent in me who could actually go against you. I'm painfully aware of that now.
That weird, polite Beato. She is you, I don't doubt that. The way you were 1,000 years ago.
However, she is a separate person.
The way she looks just like you is what I really can't get over. I can't stand it!
However, she isn't a piece, so she can go against my will.
Sure, unlike the piece you are, that Beato is much more alive. I acknowledge that, but it's all wrong. This isn't you. She's a completely separate person, like a long-lost little sister or something. And that's why I just can't accept her.
As much as he hated this piece Beato, Battler felt an even stronger dislike for the chick Beato. Even after a whole 1,000 years, she still wouldn't become the original Beato. Even if she were ordered to act like the original Beato, it would just be an imitation. This was a very similar but separate person, and definitely not Beato herself. Then, in the previous game, Beato really did disappear for all eternity. Even after becoming the Game Master, there was no way to revive her.
Laugh. Laugh at how pathetic I am. Just give it a rest already. You're just an illusion who won't laugh unless I order it, and who can't even continue to laugh unless I keep on ordering it. Just disappear!
On Rokenjima, this day, or rather this time around, was the same as any other. The typhoon would be coming very soon. The clouds hadn't yet grown thick, but they were moving quickly. The only thing on Natsuhi's mind was the plan to cover up Kinzo's absence this year as well. I'm not, like, calling out anybody in particular in the chat or anything, but I do want to say, real quick, that as you suspect, you are witnessing some kind of serious topics, and they are supposed to make you uncomfortable. And I would ask that we maybe not joke too much about that kind of shit. Let's not make some jokes. Okay, let's treat this with a little bit of due gravitas, please. Thank you. Anywho. Kraus appeared to have suffered a stomachache from the stress and was resting in his room. Jessica and Kumasawa had left in a boat to go shopping and greet the incoming relatives on Nijima. The servants had been busy since the early morning in preparation for the family conference, the greatest event of the year. Shannon and Canon were getting the guest house ready.
Shouldn't the guest rooms in the mansion be more than enough to hold the relatives?
Good point. It is a pain to clean up here as well. Even so, I like cleaning the guest house.
Yeah, it's nice and quiet without Madam and all the annoying servants.
Shannon gave a non-committal smile as she performed a detailed examination of the guest room. Did we forget to clean anything? Did we forget to restock anything? She diligently gave the room one final check over.
You checked everything thoroughly last night, didn't you? You really are dedicated.
It's on days like these when you tend to get pranked if you're careless. You can never find important things when you need them, and things that were supposed to be closed turn out to be open.
That's because you're too careless. You don't pay attention while you work.
I guess that's why you're helping me check. Thanks.
There's nothing to thank me for. If you were a bit more alert, I wouldn't have to help at all.
But the truth is, you just want to be with me, right? You're such a kid.
That's not it at all. It's all because you've been so ecstatic about George-sama lately. You're messing up so much I can't let you out of my sight.
Canon-kun, let's chat a bit.
We can't do that now, we're working.
You keep making fun of me and George-sama, but how is it going between you and Jessica-sama?
Nothing's going on in particular. If you have time to talk about that, let's just finish this.
What? Canon was very obviously trying to change the subject. So Shannon snuck up behind him and pushed him down onto the bed.
Why did you turn down Milady when she asked you to go with her to welcome the relatives?
Because I have work to do.
Liar. You don't actually have any work at all.
Shannon and Canon had switched roles. Normally, Canon was the one in control, but when it came to romance, it was the opposite. As Shannon had said, Jessica and Canon were supposed to have been the ones to go greet the relatives at the Nijima harbor. However, Canon had suddenly claimed that he had work to do, so Kumasawa had gone instead. Canon didn't have any work to do. Shannon knew this.
Milady told me. Despite everything that happened after the culture festival, her feelings for you haven't changed.
Even though I'm furniture.
That's right. And I'm furniture too.
And yet you're in love with a human. Even though that's never going to be possible.
You think so? Maybe thinking that way is what makes us furniture.
I don't have any special feelings for Milady Jessica. I only think of her as the daughter of the family we serve.
Really?
Really. What?
You know, there is a chance that George-sama will propose to me tonight.
Shannon wore an incredibly peaceful smile on her face, but Canon could tell that there was no way she'd let him change the subject. Canon realized that she must have made him help out here in the guest house in order to talk to him about this, and he clicked his tongue softly.
You really think you can marry a human even though you're furniture?
I think I can.
That's impossible.
Why?
That dream future that George-sama has imagined for you two is something you can never give him.
Well,
we aren't humans. We're furniture, inferior to them. George-sama only thinks that you're a human.
well, that is true, but...
I'm impressed that you managed to trick him for this long. Do you really think you can keep on tricking him like that forever? Even though you still haven't been able to tell him that you're furniture.
Being furniture or being human has nothing to do with this. I believe that George-sama will accept all of me.
And yet you don't have the courage to check and make sure.
You know, I'm planning on saying yes.
As Shannon looked up at the ceiling, she spoke of the imagined future that she and George would create. Though some anxiety over the future appeared on her face, so did joy from discovering what it was like to live with love. As Canon watched this vivid dream he was being shown, he knew that none of his words would reach Shannon anymore.
You can just do what you want. Once you've said something, you're incredibly stubborn.
Yep. I want to live my life my own way. I've decided to stop worrying about who's furniture and who's a human.
Canon walked over to the window silently. He saw the rose garden filled with boring gray flowers in bloom. He understood that Shannon was acting above her place, and he knew that her tale had no chance of a happy ending. However, he also knew that now Shannon had made her decision. No words of his could change her mind.
In that case, it doesn't matter what I say. If I tell you to stop, you won't listen. If I tell you to do what you want, you'll do what you want. Why are you talking to me about this? It's not like you care what my response is.
What I want to know is how you feel about Milady.
I have nothing to do with the two of you.
Do you really feel absolutely nothing for Milady?
No, I don't, as I keep telling you.
Liar.
Why do you think that's a lie?
I know. I'm your big sister.
You don't know. You can't know what I'm feeling.
I do. I know everything about you, Kenonken.
If you really do know, then why are you asking? Your head and your heart are already full with your feelings for George-sama. And that single-hearted devotion is what I love about you. That's why I'm rooting for you in the only way I can. You know that! Otherwise, even I would have loved to fall for Milady!
Canon finally turned to face her, honestly and openly telling her his real emotions. And that was what Shannon had wanted to hear. And having heard it, she closed in even further on Canon's true feelings.
No, you can't word it that way. I won't let you.
Then what do you want from me? What am I supposed to say?
Don't try to dodge by saying I would have loved to fall for her. All you need to do is honestly tell me what you really feel.
Milady is too dazzling for me. The way she lives is blinding like the sun. That's what I love about her. I was so happy when Milady stretched out her hand and asked me to walk with her. No. I still am happy.
Ah, fuck, the fucking piano motif from Higurashi. Shit.
You love her, don't you?
Yes, I do. I love Milady.
Finally, Canon confessed his feelings in their entirety. In fact, by saying it aloud, he finally understood how he truly felt. As passionate tears welled up in his eyes, Canon finally accepted it. He couldn't stop the tears from dripping down his face.
Milady was exactly like me, locked up on Rokenjima and living without any hope at all. And yet, she was able to light her own path and create her own fate. She was so dazzling that I envied her. I felt as though if I could be with her, I could find my true self, instead of the pitiful person I am now.
When you turned down Milady's confession, were you sad?
I was! I never realized that lying to yourself could be so sad, so painful, so excruciating. And I just couldn't forgive myself for hurting Milady with that lie. I believed that I didn't have any right to fall in love ever again.
But you do. The right to love is something only you can give yourself. Being furniture or not has nothing to do with it. If you tell yourself no, then it will never happen. You mustn't think that way. That's why I gave myself, impudent furniture that I am, the right to fall in love. And you have it too.
The right to fall in love?
Yes. If you can't give it to yourself, then I will.
Thank you. I feel as though I can finally see the sea.
I'm certain tonight, George-sama will propose to me. When he does, I will accept. I intend to leave this island and start a new life in a new world.
If that's the path you've chosen, then I have no say in the matter.
I'll leave this island, and I will never return again. It will mean saying farewell to you, Kenonken.
You're right. We won't see each other again, will we?
If you do love Milady, from the bottom of your heart, and if you can honestly say that your feelings are at least as strong as the ones I have for George-san, then you and I have to settle this.
Nezuan.
This way is best for both of us. Don't give up on your feelings on account of me.
Even though my selfishness might keep you from your happiness?
I'm fully aware of it. My happiness is hurting you as well.
We have no choice but to hurt each other. As she said this, Shannon turned her back to Canon. As Canon watched Shannon from behind, he was struck by her strength, and the sisterly love she showed in still thinking of him despite everything.
Nezu, living with you made me happy.
Me too. I wouldn't have lasted this long without you. And that's why I was able to meet George-san.
Yeah. And I wouldn't have realized how dazzling Milady is if it weren't for you.
I won't abandon my emotions. I'll focus only on my feelings and ignore everything else. I won't look away when I trample over your heart.
Me too. I won't use you as an excuse to hide the way I really feel.
Whether my love bears fruit or yours does, let's each agree to celebrate the other.
Yes. I promise. And if I win, I will love Milady and treasure you.
Thank you. But if I win, I'll forget you in this island and leave this place forever.
Yes. Whichever of us wins, that person will pursue their love with all they've got, even if they know that love will be unrequited.
Yes. After all, we are furniture. No more.
Fuck. God. Jesus Christ. Oh my god, that scene. Fuck, dude. Jesus Christ. Man.
The boat carrying the relatives docked at Rokenjima's harbor. They left the boat one by one, making fun of Battler. Goda wasn't the only one to greet them. Kanon was there too. Iconic laser with the $2 for the right to love. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
It has been quite some time, everyone. Allow me to welcome you to Rokenjima.
I hope that your long journey went smoothly. Welcome to Rokenjima.
Ah, good, good.
Goda complimented Kanon in a whisper.
Good, good.
Kanon ignored this, looking just a little sour, and continued to greet the incoming relatives. Man said, "Did you all hear something?"
This is your first time meeting Goda-san and Kanon-kun, isn't it, Battler-kun?
Oh, it's my first time meeting Battler too.
Goda-san's a splendid chef. He's the only reason anyone want to come to this island.
I'm most honored. Battler-sama, I do hope that you look forward to your meals during your stay.
I can't wait! I'll be looking forward to it!
It's good to see you again, Kanon-kun. You seem to be in high spirits today. That's great.
You think so?
Oh yes, your face is looking brighter today. I can't tell if it's your complexion or if your gaze looks a bit more gallant.
Must be a growing phase. That's how a boy becomes a man.
You usually look as though you're about to pass out from anemia. You're a bit different today.
You got some vigor. A boy can change a lot in just 3 days. I guess this means even Kanon-kun's getting a bit more manly.
We aren't making fun of you, okay? We're all complimenting you. Kanon had sworn that starting today, he would start changing the way he lived bit by bit. However, he had only meant to change within himself, and hadn't expected that it would show on the outside. He was a bit shocked to hear that his expression had changed so much. That people had apparently noticed as soon as he opened his mouth. No, maybe the real surprise should have been that his normal expression looked so incredibly sullen in comparison. Goda led the way up to the guest house. Kanon brought up the rear, helping to carry some of Kumasawa's shopping.
Does my face really look that bright today?
It looks that way to me as well. Did something good happen? Even Kumasawa was saying it. Kanon, unable to see what his own face looked like, hung his head in embarrassment. When they reached the rose garden, they could see the others entering the guest house. Then he saw Jessica running towards him from there. Is even Milady Jessica going to say that I'm in a good mood today? Kanon hung his head even deeper. And so, almost as though he couldn't control himself, Kanon spoke first.
Do I really look that different?
Huh?
Well, you know, you aren't usually the type to come out and say hello of your own accord.
That's probably why everyone was surprised.
I apologize for not going with you earlier, milady.
Huh? Oh, don't worry about that. I'm the one who's sorry for asking you to come all the way out to Nijima with me just to meet everyone. I know how busy you must be today.
I didn't have anything in particular to do. You were just so dazzling. So dazzling that I couldn't bear to be with you. I was just weak.
Jessica faltered, uncertain what Kenon was talking about. However, she realized that this was something too important to be laughed off. Did something happen, Kenon-kun?
Shannon says she's going to get married.
I see. So George Nissan is going to propose this year. Jessica thought that this change in Kenon's appearance was probably caused by a change in his state of mind. She thought he was sad that he and Shannon would soon be parting ways. Kenon realized that Jessica was probably thinking this, so he spoke to her clearly and honestly, because he wanted her to know.
I had long decided that if Nissan ever quit, I would stop working here as well.
I know. So are you going to quit too?
I'm not sure anymore. I feel that if I quit, I might again lose sight of something that your dazzling sunlight revealed to me.
Jessica was stunned, unable to understand what he was saying. However, she did realize that he was trying to tell her something important, and so she was able to accept that his next words were neither a lie nor a joke.
Milady Jessica, I love you.
I love you too.
You live your life like the sun, and I want to try walking that path alongside you. I have the feeling that with you, I'd be able to get away from the part of myself that regarded me with contempt and called me furniture.
You aren't furniture, Kenon-kun. And you weren't born just so that you could become a servant. A boy your age should have the right to enjoy life much, much more. I'm the one who's dazzled. You're so dazzling, I can hardly see.
These are my genuine feelings. I'm sorry for trying to hide them for so long. I apologized for hurting you on that day, in my cowardice.
That's okay. Just hearing you say that makes me happy.
So, in order that I can continue to be with you, I plan to stop being furniture. I ask that you give me some time to do that. Please forgive this last bit of weakness.
There's nothing weak about you. You've shown me incredible courage by saying that you want to change yourself from the way you used to be. So I'll support you until the end. And I won't rush you until you're ready. If I'm the sun lighting your path, that's because I wanted to shine more brightly than anyone else so that you'd look at only me. Without you, I'd never have become like the sun. So I'll wait, as long as needed.
Thank you, milady.
I don't want to be milady to you anymore.
May I call you by your name?
Sure. Oh, but only when we're alone, okay? Otherwise, it might make things difficult for you.
Good point.
Ne-san and George-sama are doing the same, it seems. If Shannon hadn't told you about the engagement, you wouldn't have said what you just said just now, right? Kenon hung his head, at a loss for words for some time. But it was true. If Shannon hadn't told him about the engagement, he probably wouldn't have been having this conversation at this moment.
No, I wouldn't. Her words allowed me to think seriously.
Ah, come on. You heard about Shannon and you wanted to see what love felt like yourself, right?
Yes.
That's a pretty straight answer. Well, when I watched those two, I was pretty envious myself. In truth, the real reason was different for both of them. They had been shown the courage that was needed to confess to the one that they loved. This was the reason for both Kenon and Jessica.
So, what should I call you? Just Jessica would be nice. Just saying it like that would be a bit embarrassing. Then you can use San at least at first. Why not try it out? Come on. Jessica-san. Yeah. That'll do for now. And I'd like to call you by your name, Canon. You have a real name besides Canon, don't you? I'll bet it has Ka in it, like Canon does. What could it be? My name is Yoshia. How do you write it? Jessica tried tracing out various characters on the palm of her hand. Then Canon used his own finger to write out his name on her hand. Like this. Yoshia. So, you're Yoshia-kun. Yeah, that's a great name. Totally better than my weird name. That's not true. Your name, Jessica, is just as... Hey, say that again? Huh? Your name, Jessica, is... One more time! Your name, Jessica, is just as... Is something wrong? It's nothing. Thanks. Yoshia. The red flowers of the rose garden seemed to celebrate the two lovers whose feelings had finally connected. The scene was watched by not human, who gazed out quietly from beneath the rose garden arbor. Daniel with the 5 pounds. I was running out of K-words. Thank you so much, Yoshia. He finally did it. He finally name-dropped himself. We love that for this stick-thin little king. Come to think of it, those two had never called each other by their names until now. Jessica hadn't known Canon's true name. Canon hadn't called Jessica by her name. By calling someone by their name, people acknowledge the worth of that person's soul. That is why names are sacred. Receiving permission to speak one means that your soul has been acknowledged. Is that why? Father wants me to call him by his name? No. That's probably wrong. When Father sees me, it reminds him of that other me, the past me. And I'm sure that me called Father by his name. However, that probably doesn't mean Father would be happy to hear me call him by his name. After all, I am me, and not the Beatrice my father knows well. What can I do to help Father? How can I be useful to him? That's the only reason I was born. Neon Roses with $5. Love that everyone was like, wow, Canon, you don't look like the saddest, wettest cat anymore. Yeah, it was a noticeable difference. Hanging her head, Beatrice sat all alone in the Goldenlands arbor that was next to the rose garden. This scene was watched by the Witch of Theatergoing and her Miko as they sat across from each other. Poor kid. I never thought I'd see you feel compassion for Beato. It'd be too cruel to call this Beato and the former Beato the same person. They're completely different people. It may be that by the rules this Beato is the Beato. However, saying that would be horribly unfair to her. Battler must be very depressed to have revived his former adversary and have things end up this way. I can sort of understand Oni-chan's despair. However, I can understand how this child feels as well. No person can become a replacement for another, not even the past version of themselves. Compared to the young boy and girl who had found new versions of themselves and called each other by their true names, this witch looked very feeble. This witch knew that she was an illusion created in the image of the person she once was, and she also knew that it would only hurt Battler to try and pretend to be that person. And even so, this Beato wants to be useful to Battler. How admirable! Is that the purpose of the witch known as Beatrice? That is what she claims. She says that she was created to be of service to Battler. So the Beato who was born for Oni-chan's sake eventually commits a serial murder.
and drags Oni-chan into a bizarre game that she calls eternal torture. I don't get it. I believe you also understand that one can become a different person over 1,000 years. At the very least, Beatrice was once a pure creature who was born for Battler's sake. It was also very clear that in her current feeble state, she does not possess any of the courage or the motivation needed to bring about those horrifying serial murders. If so, that means the sinister witch that we all know must have changed during the 1,000 years since her birth. We keep getting this 1,000 years business, but I get the feeling that those words are just a metaphor for a really long time in the world of witches. As you get closer to the world of gods, the concept of time becomes increasingly vague. 6 years can become 1,000. 1,000 years can be nothing more than a quick nap. One can fit an eternity long enough to be deserving of the title 100-year-old witch in a mere 2 weeks. In other words, the pure Beato transformed into the cruel Beato during those 6 years that could be called 1,000. So does that mean that something bad happened during those 6 years that made her hate Oni-chan? That doesn't make any sense. During those 6 years, Oni-chan not only stayed away from Rokenjima, he even stopped using the Ushirimiya name. Oni-chan had nothing to do with her change. Her hatred must be totally misguided.
Oh, so this is where you were. Shall I make you some black tea? Kumasawa-san, there's something I'd like to know.
Oh, very well. What is it?
My name is Beatrice, isn't it?
Yes, that is correct. You are Beatrice-sama, milady.
However, the Beatrice that Father talks about isn't me.
Well,
I think Father wanted me to be that person. But no matter how much I look like her, I'm a different person. I think that might be why he's disappointed in me.
that isn't true. You are you, Beatrice-sama herself. You've merely lost your memory of the past after being newly reborn. Even without your memory, you're still Beatrice-sama. You're the same person whom the Master loves.
So then, how can I regain those memories?
Well... Beato looked at Kumasawa with hopeful eyes, as though praying that she would tell her the way. Kumasawa averted her gaze unhelpfully, as though trying to say that she would if only such a way existed.
If I can't regain them, can't you at least tell me what kind of person the Beatrice Father loved was?
That is something I can tell you, but...
I was born for Father's sake, so I want to become the Golden Witch Beatrice that Father desires.
Beatrice-sama.
I can't use magic, but if the witch Father desires could use it, then I will learn. I want to become the witch he desires. That's the only way I can repay Father for creating me.
That's admirable. Without the 1,000 years gone wrong, she really is an incredible kid. A chick of a witch. Is very interesting. I've taken a liking to her, Anji. I shall allow this chick to make use of my study. Let us open the door which leads back to the world of witches. So you're going to make her read aloud the stories about her previous self? Yes, I want to know too. The tale of how the Golden Witch Beatrice was created. Very well. If you wish it, then let us open the door once again.
Kumasawa-san.
A spray of gold welled up around them. It was a cloud of gold butterflies. With a golden flash, the form of the old lady transformed into that of a witch in a dress.
You must choose the path that you are to walk down. Let us call it a path of roses. The beautifully blooming roses may celebrate you and they may torment you with their thorns.
But even so, it is a path that you once walked down. You may pass through the same 1,000 years. You may pass through a different 1,000 years. If you wish, you may even return back the way you came.
I'll move on forward. I don't want to spend 1,000 years in this garden drinking tea. I, Beatrice, was born for Father's sake, so I want to live for Father's sake. Please tell me about the Golden Witch.
The Great Witch spread her arms, communicating Beatrice's unbending determination to the brilliant heavens. At that moment, a brilliant light covered the two of them, and before they knew it, they were in a strange study. There sat the great old witch who was the master of these archives, along with her Miko. Virgilia gave a deep and elegant bow. It is the greatest of honors to be in your presence, Lady Featherine Augustus Aurora, the majestic witch of theater-going, drama, and spectating. Raise your head, child of man. I shall give that child the privilege of browsing my archives as she pleases for a time. Ange, my Miko, see that she has no trouble. Sure, as you wish, my master. You could just say that you want to see her story, you know. Miko of the Witch of Theater-going, I leave Beatrice in your care. Pleased to meet you. The Beatrice you're trying to become was suffering from something. At the very least, you've been released from that for now. Will you really go on a journey to regain those shackles? Yes. I want to become the Golden Witch. That is the reason I was born. In order that her journey through purgatory may be a pleasant one, and that she may be granted protection as she travels, I ask your assistance by the name of the Endless and Finite Witch, Publius Virgilia Maro. Huh? Oh, let it be known that as the Miko of the Witch of Theater-going and the Endless Witch and Apprentice Witch of Resurrection, I, Ange Beatrice, do accede to your request and all that stuff. Featherine snorted. So, your name is also Beatrice? Yes. I know a lot about you. Wait, so how is Virgilia and Chick Beato in this plane of reality? Isn't she like a good 2 realities below this one? Well, remember, in Purgatory, in episode 3, Battler and Beato were able to pull Ava Beato off the board and into their reality, and Featherine is a class even above those witches, so she can basically pull whomstever the fuck she wants into the room. Please teach me. What kind of person was I? Sure. And I want you to teach me. Why did you become the person you were? In this archive, the fragments showing the tales of all your games up until now are stored as books. By reading them, you should be able to learn everything that has happened before now. By reading them, can I become the Golden Witch? To become the Golden Witch, one must solve the epitaph of the gold, and this trial cannot be skipped, even by Beatrice herself. I'll do my best. So please let me read the books in this archive. As worthy of admiration as ever. I have no idea why you want to go back to being like that so much. I don't know what I was like then, but if that me can be of use to Father, that is what I want to become. Ange sighed resignedly. She had no words with which to stop this girl from following her noble sense of purpose. After all, Ange was the Miko of the Witch of Theater-going. She could do nothing except watch over the stage. Yes, they weren't actually interfering with the play. This was just a bit of directing, to shine the spotlight onto the tale of Beato's past. Even this was nothing more than the Witch of Theater-going watching a play. If you read, you will learn what kind of a person the old Beatrice was. However, you must decide what you will take from that experience. You are free to stay in the archive, or leave the archive, or even return to the archive again later. In compensation, I will watch your play. Watch my play? It means you can do whatever you want. Thank you very much, She likes it when you call her Featherine. Thank you very much, Featherine-sama. After being welcomed in by Featherine, Beato set out on a journey to discover herself. That tale connected the old tale with the new one. It wove them together. The 1,000-year-old tale about her returns to its starting point, becoming a snake eating its own tail. The ring of that snake began slowly, bit by bit, to turn into the shape of a small island floating out on the sea. That island was Rokenjima. The 1,000 years of the witch born on this island were tied to the island. Was it 1,000 years or just 6? Or did this tale start even further back into the past? Beatrice went out on a journey to find herself. The wind had been strengthening since a while back. The breaking waves had grown fierce. The ferry boats probably wouldn't be coming for a while now. The crashing thunder told that the island had been sealed off from the outside world. A thick rain poured down, mocking the fools outdoors who had to rush pathetically to find shelter. No longer would anyone be able to leave the island, and no longer would anyone be able to reach this island. No one, unless blessed with a miracle. There was another flash of lightning. The retinas of all who saw it were filled with white. As that white faded away, an eerie silhouette pulled itself up at the raging water's edge. As though suddenly remembering, it coughed violently several times, filthily spitting out the seawater that had filled its stomach, and then, tearing apart the Velcro of her life jacket, she cast off the reason she had been able to float here without so much as a thank you.
Welcomed in by a storm, same as always. Very good. And now, you and I are going to have some fun, Butler-san.
The rat is back! The rat is back! The annoying guest. So true, bestie. The news about the drifter, Furuto Erika, quickly spread across Rokenjima. Furuto Erika fell from the pleasure boat Eternal Maid 2 mid-cruise in the waters near Rokenjima. She washed up on Rokenjima on October 4th, 1986. The Yoshiramiya family welcomed her as a guest. She managed to drift to the island unharmed thanks to several miracles, including the life jacket she was wearing. Erika was politely entertained, and it was decided that she would be treated as a guest until the typhoon passed. In the dining hall, Goda's wonderful dinner had ended, and everyone was relaxing and enjoying some after-dinner coffee and cheese. Apparently, Battler was a bit relieved that Erika had come and turned into a good scapegoat. It drove away some of the attention he'd been getting piled on him for finally coming back after 6 years. In fact, she turned out to be very talkative. When the conversation turned to a sophisticated discussion of the mystery genre, even the adults were drawn in. She was apparently so well-versed that even Nanjo, who had a vast knowledge of the subject, was impressed.
Good point. A strange family in a western mansion on an isolated island during a storm. Now that we have the detective stopping by to take shelter from the rain, we've got all the major factors lined up.
Have no fear. No matter how difficult the crime, I will solve it. That's a detective's job.
How reassuring. In fact, I would quite enjoy it if some kind of bizarre incident were to occur now. I just hope I don't have to play the part of the victim.
Don't be imprudent. Don't be imprudent, dear.
Well, the history of the human mystery genre is only about a century old. Its tricks and ideas are limited to a few recycled patterns, so there's nothing left to show. No matter what kind of impossible crimes or locked room murders might occur, it'll be nothing more than one of the same classes of tricks dressed up to look like something new. The only reason mysteries still make for popular books today is because self-proclaimed fans who work off pieced-together knowledge and who have hardly read any of the classics mistake classic tricks they didn't know about for something new and surprising through lack of proper study.
Everyone couldn't help but gape at this imposing claim. If an aged critic had said it, that would have been one thing, but it showed incredible boldness for a young person like her to state that so strongly.
Mystery is a genre that ended a half-century ago, at least as far as I'm concerned. However, thanks to the countless ignorant fools, I get to play my part as a detective.
By that argument, romance was perfected back in Shakespeare's time, and anything after that isn't worth reading.
That's a good point. And then I suppose that so long as you read Romeo and Juliet, you essentially understand all of romance, wouldn't you say?
No, that's ridiculous. Books aren't a competition, it's not about who's read the most. But boasting that you've read all you ever need to read is just wrong-headed. Just reading classics of the past and never anything new is being overly nostalgic, don't you think? That sounds to me like an excuse of an old person who's too lazy to read anything.
That's fair. It seems that I need to read at least as much as you before I'm able to beat you in an argument.
Me? I don't read.
Battler chuckled, but Erica knew from the previous game that Battler was actually quite an avid reader, so his words felt like more of a challenge.
If you're so confident in your reasoning abilities, you must be really good at quizzes and puzzles, right?
Oh, right. Maria, didn't you bring a quiz book or something?
Brought it!
Picking up that Erica's arrogant statement had made the atmosphere a little tense, George smoothly changed the subject. By now, it was more than clear that she wasn't the charming guest she had appeared to be. Maria pulled a book out of her bag that had quizzes and puzzles written in it, and started posing them to everyone. It might have looked as though it would have become a peaceful quiz party, but of course that wasn't what happened. In credit to all her big talking, Erica managed an impressive ratio of correct and immediate answers. Erica took complete control. Her bragging began to escalate more and more. George slightly regretted the choice that he had made when changing the subject.
"106 matches. No need to even write a tournament chart for it."
The question, how many matches would you need for a tournament with 107 teams, was answered instantly by Erica.
This is less of a puzzle than it is a test of knowledge. There's a formula which shows the number of matches is always the number of teams minus 1. Well, if you just look at the example showing 3 matches for 4 teams and 7 matches for 8 teams, it should be easy to figure out the pattern.
Oh, Erica, that's awesome!
Erica One-chan, right? Say it.
Oh, okay. I see.
Erica One-chan, right? Say it.
Erica One-chan, that's awesome.
Really impressive. So, you don't call yourself a detective for nothing.
I couldn't very well act the part of the detective if I was incapable of handling puzzles of this sort.
Incredible. I'm sure you'll be able to become a real detective in the future.
Well, I'm pretty sure I already am one.
The cousins all thought about the answers to the questions, but Erica answered first. Rosa thought that it was a bit rude for Erica to say the answers out loud while people were thinking instead of keeping them to herself. But since Erica was a guest, Rosa decided against mentioning it. In truth, Erica was perfectly aware of this when she answered the questions instantly. Each time, she would grin broadly, as though saying, "Is it really taking you all this long to solve such an easy problem?"
Since you're a great detective, you don't really need to take this so seriously, right? You're right. Even though these are just childish questions, I've been taking them a bit too seriously. I'll take more care. So, let's hear the next question, please.
All right, I won't lose this time. Maria, next question, please.
You have 1 large piece of cheese. A single slice with a knife can split into 2 parts. So what's the lowest number of slices you can make to cut into 8 parts?
Oh, I know this one. So I guess I'll stay quiet this time.
George, acting like the adult he was, set up a mood that would prevent people from answering right away, even if they knew the answer, in effect sending a warning to Erica. It seemed that Erica understood, and she averted her gaze, snorting derisively.
To make 8 pieces, 4 slices would be enough, right? Don't be so foolish. It would hardly be a puzzle if that was the answer.
That's right. These are usually set up so that a smaller number than you'd expect is the answer. But still, how exactly could it be done?
Oh, got it, got it. You can only do this because it's cheese.
True. If you tried to do it with a birthday cake, there'd be a huge fight.
That's right. You might be able to do this with cheese, but you'd never cut a cake like this.
Huh? Huh? All of you know the answer? Damn it, am I the only one who doesn't? Oh, I've got it. I see. So you have to think three-dimensionally. Wait, even Jessica? I don't get it. What do you have to do?
I know the answer. It's written right here.
You don't know about the answer until you looked, right? You didn't know the answer until you looked, right? Can you work it out, Battler-kun?
Ah, I figured it out as well. This is something you can do because it's cheese.
Even Dr. Nanjo gets it? Could it be? Am I the only one who doesn't get it?
If we tried cooking your brain a bit, it'd probably become as flexible as cheese.
It isn't something like use 0 slices with the knife and break it apart with your hands, right?
No way. It's special cheese that can only be cut with a knife.
Think of the cheese in 3 dimensions. If that's hard, it might help to draw out a picture on a paper napkin.
So, we have one large piece of cheese, right? And we use a knife to make 8 pieces. Can the knife only cut in a straight line?
Yes, that's right. The knife only cuts in straight lines. Oh, but here's a hint. You can only cut in a straight line, but you're free to cut it wherever you want.
Try thinking of various ways to stick the knife in. You should probably try to think out of the box a bit. Show us what you've got, Battler-kun.
You have a large piece of cheese. How many times must you cut it with a knife to make 8 pieces? It's obvious that you could do it in 4 cuts. Can it be done in even fewer cuts than that? The hint said that it was something that could only be done because it was cheese. If it was a birthday cake, you really wouldn't be allowed to do this.
Cheese. Cheese. Something you can do because it's cheese. Oh! Oh! I've got it! I've got it! I was totally tricked. This isn't something you can think up with a stiff head.
Seems like you finally hit on it. Hopefully it is the right answer.
It's impossible to cut the cheese with anything except the knife, right? The knife can only cut in a straight line, right? There aren't any other rules, right? Right?
Not really.
Alright, then that's gotta be it. Phew, that was a tough one. Almost like a riddle. It's just that you won't get anywhere if you always cut down from the top. You make 2 cuts from the top to get 4 pieces. If you keep it like that and cut across the side, splitting it into an upper half and a lower half, you get 4 times 2 equals 8 pieces.
It's an answer you can't reach unless you think 3-dimensionally. In other words, the correct answer is 3.
Huh? Really? I thought the correct answer was 1.
What kind of magic did you use? There's no way in the world you could manage it with just 1.
This isn't a riddle, it's just a normal math problem.
Huh? Oh, really? I thought of the 3-cut method right away, but I figured that was too easy, so I guess I tried to twist it too far.
Battler's answer is smaller than the one in the book. Is Battler right?
Yes, he is. Battler-san is right. The right answer is 1 slice. Battler was happy that someone had confirmed his answer. However, at some point, Erica's face had lost its cheeriness. To think that a human other than myself would answer 1, and that it would be you of all people.
Your answer was 1 too, Erica? I guess you were also thinking pretty far out of the box.
It would be truly foolish to arbitrarily decide the shape just because you heard it was a piece of cheese.
That's impossible. Oni-chan got it wrong, didn't he? How could you cut it into 8 pieces with less than 3 slices?
How foolish, child of man. It says to cut it to 8 pieces, but nowhere does it say that they have to be of equal size.
It's still impossible. Do you cut it with something other than a knife?
The rules say that only a knife can cut it, and the knife can only cut in a straight line. However, to turn it around, the rules do not say anything besides that. In fact, the shape of the cheese is never specified.
I get it. When all you heard was a large piece of cheese, you thought of a flat cylinder, like camembert.
I was thinking about sliced cheese, like the kind you might put on your toast for breakfast. After all, I don't usually have anything to do with full blocks of cheese that you cut with a knife.
The shape of the cheese isn't specified in the rules. A mistake by the ones who made the book. I imagine that there's a picture of a flat cylinder of cheese there in Maria-san's book.
Oh, there is. Right here.
As Erica had guessed, the book Maria held had an illustration of a piece of cheese just as Erica had described it. Oh, camembert, okay, gotcha. With cheese of this shape, 3 slices really would be the correct answer. You cut it in a plus pattern from the top to make 4 pieces. Then cut it from the sides, double that, and make 8 pieces. However, since this illustration hadn't been shown, the interpretation of the cheese had been left to the answerer.
That's right. When the problem was stated, it was never anything about what that cheese's shape was or how flexible it was. Exactly. It seems the Battler's son was the more flexible one, when it comes to both brains and cheese.
I don't get it. How does making it sliced cheese let you cut it into 8 parts with a single knife slice?
Why not try it with that paper napkin? Pretend it's sliced cheese.
It's like this. You fold it accordion style. How many times do you need to fold it to make 8 sections?
6 times.
To fold it accordion style, you alternate between upward and downward folds. Once you've done this 6 times, it looks like the side of an accordion.
With normal cheese, it'd break if you tried to fold it like this. But the rules say that this cheese can't break unless you use a knife, right?
Yes, no problems there. After all, this is magic cheese that can only be cut by a knife.
After folding it, if you start at the top and make a cut right down the middle...
You're right. There are 8 parts.
Wait a second. The parts aren't all equal this way, right?
All the questioner said was to cut it into 8 pieces. They didn't say anything about them being equal. Well, if you change the way you fold it, it is possible to make them all equal sizes, but I wouldn't want to confuse you stiff-headed people with the explanation.
Oh.
For a while, everyone was stunned. Battler had reached a far better answer than 3 by thinking of the problem as a riddle. Erica had already known both answers and had even spotted a mistake made by the book. The others could do nothing but stare at those two in surprise.
Incredible. So we were the stiff-headed ones?
What failure.
We were thinking in 3 dimensions, but it looks like Battler-kun and Erica-chan were thinking in one dimension higher.
It seems that the game with the witch has toughened you up quite a lot. Puzzles without specified rules, in other words, all things not covered by the red truth, are left to the observer's interpretation. It's the most basic of methods for constructing gaps in the witch's locked rooms.
What are you talking about? Is that a quote from some novel?
Well, let's call it that for now, shall we? Anyway, I guess this means that all your brains are as stiff as rock-hard cheese.
Without any signs of restraint, Erica looked at everyone and laughed sarcastically. Only Maria didn't notice the venom in that laugh as she happily turned to the next page.
Oh. Then on to the next problem. You have 3 cups and 6 coins. Split up the coins so there's 1 coin in 1 cup, 2 coins in another cup, and 3 coins in the 3rd cup. Oh.
Wait a sec, that's easy. You just stick 1 coin in the first cup, 2 in the next one, and 3 in the last one, and then you're done.
However, can you do the same thing with only 5 coins? Oh.
Here's another cliched problem. Don't tell me that you all need to waste several precious seconds on a problem like this.
By now, Erica was gazing around with an unpleasant look, acting in a manner that was completely inappropriate both for a guest and for someone of her age. She was no longer a guest who would be staying until the storm passed. She had transformed into an annoying guest who wouldn't leave until the storm passed. Everyone thought this, but they were unable to say it out loud. No, same circling Spyro. It's such a funny contrast between episode 5 and this one, where like in episode 5, you know, Byrne and Lambda introduce Erica into the story, and they're like, and everybody loved her, and everybody clapped at how smart she was. And in this one, they're just like, God, Erica's so fucking annoying. I just wish she would shut up.
Right. Speaking of problems with coins, I've heard that you can tell whether someone's good with chopsticks or not by seeing if they can pick up coins with them.
Chopsticks? Yes, Chopsticks, that's right! Chopsticks are the most elegant utensil on the planet. Poking things and chopping them up with forks and knives is so barbaric. Chopsticks are the best. For me, using chopsticks is truly an art.
Jessica was about to say, isn't a chopstick just a stick, but stopped herself just in time. She realized that it was best to let George take control for now.
I have some change here, so would you like to challenge me? I'm pretty good with chopsticks.
That's right. We trained George very well with chopsticks.
True. One's upbringing shows in their table manners. Erika-san was very impressive herself.
I'll lend you some coins, too. It'll probably be more fun with more of them.
Jessica, watch closely and learn. Cram it already!
Alright, let's go. Let's see who can move the most coins over to their plate.
Bring it on. Chopsticks, chopsticks!
This time, George had steered the conversation into a good direction. Everyone else understood, and they helped to egg on this chopstick fight and change the subject. They were fully aware by now that Erika was extremely proud of her intelligence, and apparently she had the bad habit of using that to look down on other people. She spun her chopsticks around her fingers with the dexterity of a stage magician, staring at the coins scattered on the table like a dog waiting for permission to eat the food placed before him. Jesus Christ. She's essentially the evil Maria. Yeah, Maria if she had really gotten into, like, fucking Ben Shapiro or something. The unsettling sound of the wind had now blended in with the sound of rain, resembling the howl of some monstrous beast. Just when it seemed to be crying out, sadly, it would suddenly turn into a roar and rattle the windows, striking up even more fear and unease within me. Light from the hallway poured in through the thin crack of the slightly open door, and it seemed to carry with it laughter that was warm and happy, but very distant. I'm sure everyone's in the dining hall or somewhere, having a good time. I want to go there as soon as I can. I'm sure my family will be there. I did not need to picture Ben Shapiro, Erika. Oh, don't worry. She's going to make you imagine it of your own volition not too long from now. Trust me when I say that.
I hate being all alone in a place like this. Dad?
Mom. I stubbornly tried again and again to open the door, but the merciless chain just wouldn't let the door open any further than the crack. On the contrary, feeling this close to a way out just made me more impatient. Gulping and trying to ignore the fear lurking behind me, I quietly closed the door. That light coming out of the crack is just a trap. This is just an iron shackle, trying to keep me locked in here for eternity by making me think I'm just an inch away from getting out a door that will never actually open. I need to get out of this creepy room as soon as possible. When I closed the door, all that filled the room was the eerie sound of wind and rain. The way the wind picked up every now and then shook the window frames, felt like a monster in a cage shaking the bars. I was so scared of that monster, I couldn't help but avert my gaze from the windows. Gotta search. If I can't get out the door, I need to find another way out. Just to the side of the door was a closet. There was only enough space inside to hang overcoats. Of course, it didn't connect to anywhere outside the room. If this were hide and seek, it'd probably be fun to hide in there. However, inside this creepy room, it would be no better than stepping into my own coffin. If I go in there, maybe I won't be able to get out of the closet next. This nonsensical fear sent a massive shiver up my spine, and I closed the closet door in a hurry. There's one door left. When I opened it, there was the bath and the toilet. Of course, there was no exit. There weren't even any windows. If I turned the faucet, water would probably come out, then disappear down the drain and flow outside. But I couldn't get out that way. Unless I went into the bathtub, with the stopper pulled out of the drain and smashed my flesh and bones to bits. I had the feeling that this was the only way out, so the black stopper in the bathtub drain looked extremely terrifying. I tried a lot of things, both mentally and physically, but there really was no way of getting out through the bathroom. All that was left was the windows. The view through the window was pitch black darkness.
The fierce winds and rain were slamming against the glass. The darkness on the other side of the window may have been unsettling, but I didn't really care where I went as long as it was outside this room. However, the window was clamped shut. Right down the middle of the window, which was made to swing open like a set of double doors, were several ugly metal clamps. It was even more unnerving than the chain on the door, like a rough operation scar on some bizarre monster. The wind and rain slammed against and shook the window frame, making it creak loudly. However, unlike the door, this wouldn't open even a crack. I've had enough. Give it a rest already. What the hell is going on with this room? I've had enough of this creepy room. Enough, 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 enough! It's impossible to go outside except by the doors and windows. And compared to that thick door, the window looks like it might be possible to break. I'll smash it. If I swing a chair at it, the glass will probably break. I might even be able to smash the wooden grid dividing up the window. All I need to do is make a gap large enough to slip out of. I grabbed a fancy-looking antique chair and headed back to the window. I smashed the chair against it. Over and over. This glass smashed with a violent sound, and the frame groaned and creaked. I hit it again, over and over. If I could just break through this wooden frame. Damn it, what the hell? Even though all the glass has been smashed apart, even though the cold rain is blowing in and tormenting me, I just can't get that frame to break. They aren't iron bars. It's just a delicate wooden mesh. It's fragile enough to make that creaking sound, so why doesn't it break? No, wait. Maybe it's close to breaking. What if I try attacking it from a different angle instead of just smashing it head on? I stuck my left hand outside through one of the holes in the broken window, grabbed the frame from the front with my right hand, and tried to break it by shaking it around from both sides. My left hand started to grow ice cold from the frigid winds and rain. As I shook, fragments of glass sticking out from the broken frame poked into me, and my wrist was soon stained with blood. But if I can just get out of here, this much pain is no big deal. But I can't get out. I'm stuck. It won't open. I can't break it. The more violently I shook the frame, the more the glass fragments tore into my left wrist, causing me intense pain. Wait, what's... Huh? Ow. Ow, 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 ow! Before I realized it, the glass fragments of the frame had grown longer and more spiky. It was as though an ugly beast was trying to chew my hand off with glass teeth. It's not my imagination. They actually are getting longer before my very eyes. And they're chewing my hands to bits! My hand to bits! I tried desperately to pull my hand out, but it had already dug deep into my wrist and I couldn't move it. I put all my strength into it, but it just hurt more and more, and the glass didn't even budge. What the hell? Damn it! Let go! Let go! Let go! With my right fist, I hit the glass over and over, attempting to break it. But that just hurt my right fist as well and did nothing to release my other hand. Just then, my left hand, which was still stuck outside and exposed to the rain, brushed against something slimy. What? It couldn't have been a leaf blown about by the winds or anything like that. I mean, it felt like the touch of someone's rain-soaked hands. Then, it closed tightly around my left hand. When I felt the 5 fingers, I knew that some person out in the darkness was touching my left hand. And, yes, I know who it is. It's the witch. The terrifying witch who controls Rokenjima's night. The 2 hands soaked in the freezing rain gently caressed my left hand. However, though I could tell this was happening from the touch, I couldn't see anything out there in the darkness. Then, I felt about my fingers and bent my ring finger upwards. Ow, 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 ow! It's gonna break! Yeah! At that moment, I saw something in the darkness for the first time. It was white. The darkness grinned and bared its white teeth. Then, that mouth full of eerily white teeth approached my bent back finger and opened wide. It must have been laughing at me from the darkness. After all, its creepy mouth had twisted upward in a huge grin. I had a horrible idea of what it might be trying to do to my finger. A shiver ran up my spine. I resisted as much as I could, but the fangs of glass just wouldn't release my left hand. And then, after giving my fingers a playful nibble, it bit down hard, crushing bone and tearing away flesh all at once, and bit it off. Crunch, rip, tear, squelch, splat.
Did you hear something just now?
I think I heard it too. It sounded like a clunk.
It's probably just the wind hitting a window. This is a beat-up old mansion after all.
Yeah, it is pretty creepy. I remember spending a lot of nights all scared that the witch really was walking around the mansion when I was a brat 6 years ago.
Oh, exists! Beatrice exists!
What's at the other end of this hallway? There are guest rooms there, but they aren't being used right now.
Yeah. After all, we have the guest house now. Prior to that, we would always stay in these guest rooms.
Yeah, I remember too. When I saw the guest house today, I was surprised at how beautiful it was.
Well, that's because it was just built. I wish I could move my own room over there. Shannon, Erica-san's room is in the guest house too, right?
Yes. We've prepared a room for her in the guest house. And you say the guest house is a good distance away from the mansion? No matter what kind of trouble happens, we won't be able to hear what's going on in one from the other.
Are you still in detective mode? When all of us wake up tomorrow and everyone says good morning to each other, sounds as though you'll be pretty disappointed.
True. It would be troublesome if our numbers hadn't thinned by tomorrow morning. Right?
Sorry.
Allow me to guide you all to the guest house.
The adults were apparently about to begin a conversation that they didn't want the kids to hear. The real family conference was about to start. As the kids and Erica followed Shannon on their way to the guest house, they passed through the entrance hall.
Looks like it's pouring down at its hardest right now.
Wouldn't it be better to watch TV or something in the parlor until it dies down a bit?
Mama said to go back to the guest house. I have to go or she'll get mad. Oh,
We'll be way more relaxed over in the guest house. Screw dealing with the grumpy voices and faces of our parents.
It looks like everything's falling into place.
Erica giggled, an openly discreet look on her face. Wince Media, hey there. I'm here to say hi. Recently gotten back to watching your playthrough of episode 3. Awesome. Hope you enjoy it. Episode 3 is one of my favorites.
I'll go prepare some umbrellas for everyone. Please wait here. Oh, just a moment. I've been curious for a while. Who might the lady in the portrait be?
Well, to be honest, I already know that it's Beato's portrait.
Still, we simply walked past it in the last game, which is no fun at all.
Erica whispered to herself, but of course no one heard her.
This is the master's benefactor, Beatrice-sama.
I have heard that she gave grandfather a vast quantity of gold, meaning that she's to thank for the Ushiramiya family's revival.
She's just a witch of grandfather's delusions. They say her ghost walks around the corridors of the mansion every night.
Hey, quit it. That story always freaked me out when I was little, so much that I couldn't stand being in the mansion at night.
Oh right, that's true. What about now, 6 years later?
I'd totally forgotten, but looking at this portrait head on, I can feel that old fear coming back a bit.
Beatrice isn't scary. At least as long as you respect her. If you don't... Right, Shannon?
Yes. That rumor does exist among the servants as well. Rumors about servants patrolling at night, glimpsing mysterious silhouettes or gold butterflies.
Oh yeah. Wasn't there one servant just last year or the year before that fell down some stairs and got so badly injured that they quit? Wasn't there a rumor that it was Beatrice's curse? Jessica told it like a ghost story, trying to scare Erica, but Erica just laughed disdainfully.
Come on, that's creepy. It was probably just an accident, right? Just a coincidence?
It happened just after Grandfather had this portrait hung here, so it was probably the year before last. In fact, if I remember, this here is the very staircase that servant fell down, right?
Yep. After all, this insanely huge portrait really stands out. Shortly after it was put up, everyone was talking about what it might be. And then when the accident happened right afterwards, people started calling it Beatrice's curse.
So, these ghost stories about Beatrice started after the portrait was displayed. No. Rumors about Beatrice-sama's ghost walking about had been around even before that. However, I think those stories grew in number after the portrait was put there.
Before then, even though they had only heard about the witch Beatrice, they didn't have an actual distinct picture in their heads of what she'd be like. I imagined that this portrait made that picture more distinct for them, strengthening the rumors even more.
So, who started all the talk about the witch Beatrice in the first place?
Grandfather. He'd get into a rage and start yelling about my beloved witch Beatrice. Well, until we saw that portrait, we had no idea what she looked like. It's no surprise that he'd get one or two ghost stories with a creepy portrait like this hanging around. You'd always get ghost stories cropping up around things like a portrait of Beethoven in the music room or a statue of the school founder.
True. Given that people have been spending time in an old, gloomy mansion like this with the sound of wind and rain constantly present in the background, it doesn't surprise me that a few ghost stories have arisen. Well, it's nothing more than a ghost story, a fantasy, a fairy tale. Worth less than the useless drivel of a half-sleeping nitwit.
Erica looked up at the portrait and smiled at it defiantly. Maria's face immediately soured, as though she felt that this smile was disrespectful to Beato.
Beatrice exists. If you say things like that, you'll definitely feel the curse of the witch.
Oh, how frightening. Please, curse me if you can, Beatrice.
So, if we find you mysteriously dead next morning, it'll be the start of a witch's murder case. You're the detective, right? Wouldn't having the detective get killed off in the beginning be a little too radical?
That would be troubling. That would get in the way of the crime scene inspection. I see. Even the Nox rules don't prohibit the detective being killed.
I have something good. It's a charm that'll protect you from Beatrice's curse.
A charm? You have a charm for something like that? After fishing around in her bag, Maria pulled out a string of beads attached to a medal that had a scorpion drawn on it. It looked like a cheap prize from an arcade or something.
What are these?
Oh, they're magic repelling charms. Their effect's very weak, but if you use them, you'll definitely be able to avoid Beatrice's curse all night long.
I've heard that spiderwebs are also useful for repelling magic.
Beato's avatar is a butterfly, so that's probably why she doesn't like spiders.
Huh? Wasn't it the evil spirits of Akuchi Kijima that were weak against that? Kumasawa-san knows a lot about that sort of thing.
Witches and evil spirits. This is getting a bit interesting. Would you mind telling me about it in a little more detail when we get to the guest house? Here are your umbrellas. It's still raining very hard outside, so please take care.
Shannon handed out the umbrellas she had brought. Everyone headed towards the front door. After that, when there were none left standing in front of the portrait, a gold butterfly appeared. Then, expanding out into a spray of gold, it took a human form. In the hall, empty now that the children had left, Beato stood alone and silent, looking up at her own portrait. Without a doubt, the figure depicted there was like her as an image of a mirror. Hold on. Without a doubt, the figure depicted there was as like her as an image in a mirror. Okay. However, it felt as though its eyes and expression were just a little different from hers. From her perspective, while the person in this portrait was almost infinitely close to herself, it was just as surely a different person entirely.
Who are you? Please tell me what kind of a person you are.
Beato had already finished reading the fragments from Featherine's archive that showed the tales of all the games so far. However, the witch called Beatrice, who had been depicted in them, had been so vastly different from her. At the very end, it had looked as though that witch and battler had connected just a little bit as adversaries. but for the most part, Beatrice had just bullied and bullied Battler in nearly all of the tales. Even though this was about her, she had no idea why Beatrice had tormented Battler so much when she had supposedly been born for Battler's sake. All she had learned from Featherine's archive was the former Beato was a completely different person who defied understanding.
What happened to you? I am an egg of you. A chick. Your wings should have existed for father's sake. Just when did you have one of those torn off and end up so drastically different?
She had also been listening to the conversation Battler and the others had just been having. Beatrice can't handle scorpion charms. Beatrice can't deal with spiderwebs. It wasn't as though she would like to touch either of those if she had the choice, but nothing bad would happen if she did. Was being perfectly fine around those proof that she wasn't Beatrice? Even though it was about herself, she didn't understand at all. So she quietly gazed into her own eyes on the portrait. It felt as though the truth hid behind those eyes. Beato slowly approached the portrait, and then she lightly touched it. Yo, Bomb Battlefield? fucking, Mario 64? Sorry. When she did, it felt as though the portrait rippled slightly. Yes, this is a doorway. A doorway to the long path that would lead her to the Golden Witch, Beatrice. Beato felt a bit dizzy. She lost her balance, feeling as though the world was twisting around her. Then, she couldn't tell which way was up or down and was swallowed downwards. With a soft, watery sound, Beato was sucked into the portrait. The world inside the portrait was pitch black. However, there was nothing unsettling about it. It was a comfortable darkness, like when you put your head under the covers in bed at night. Beato realized this was a world inside herself. So despite the darkness, she felt a warm embrace. As long as she asked for nothing, this world would ask nothing of her. But she couldn't remain like this. She didn't want to spend eternity inside the darkness of this world. Donkey Monkey, yes, somebody has made an edit of that.
Yes, I need to hatch out of my egg. This darkness is the inside of the shell that surrounds the gold butterfly called Beatrice. I will be born for father's sake. I will live for my father Battler's sake and be born to serve him.
She put her purpose, her reason for being born, into words. As if in response to those words, the seal on the shell began to melt away. Cracks appeared in the darkness, and a brilliant light enveloped the world. And so, Beatrice was born.
Huh? There I stood, along with another me. For a second, I thought that the me in front of me was the real Beatrice, the one I wanted to be more like. However, she was looking back at me with the same bewildered eyes, so I realized that wasn't quite it. That's right. I wasn't the only one born from the egg. She was also born. My twin? No, it feels a bit different. How can I put it? Both of us are lacking something and immature. Yes, both of us are chicks, but we are also fragments of the true Beatrice. It felt as though the two of us together could become the real Beatrice. No one explained this to us. However, we naturally understood. I decided to talk to this other me. Unless I get to know her and become one with her, I won't be able to become the Beatrice Father desires. In other words, the thing that Father wants from me and was so heartbroken to find missing must be something that she has. Hello? The Beatrice with her hair down looked at me dubiously several times, then finally spoke.
Why do you have the same face as me? She used the word warawa to refer to herself, just like the true Beatrice. It looks like she really does have something that I lack.
Well, I don't know why either.
Sorry. Clicked out of the window.
I am the Golden Witch, Beatrice.
Beatrice the Elder. A mysterious witch who existed even before the rules. She has the same name as Beato, but she was not given the purpose of devoting herself to Battler. A mere shadow of a witch sealed away by Kinzo. She spends her days pulling small pranks and clearing away the anti-magic toxin for the sake of her resurrection. Has many things in common with the evil spirits of Akushikijima, such as a fear of spiderwebs. She was the one who gave Shannon the golden butterfly brooch. Wolftray with the $20. Thank you for doing these streams. It's been so much fun going through Umineko again with your amazing voice acting. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
And you are?
I am also Beatrice. I was born for the purpose of serving Ushiromiya Battler.
I am the Golden Witch and the ruler of Rokenjima's Night. I know Ushiromiya Battler, but I have trouble imagining why I would have to serve a brat like him.
I realized that the thought I'd had a second ago, that together we could become the true Beatrice, must really have been true. Though the person in front of me does have the part that makes her a witch, which I lack. She does not possess the mission to live for Ushiromiya Battler's sake. She has what I do not, and I'm sure I have something she does not.
We must become one person in two. I think we're something like twins.
No, that is not so. You are my little sister. I have been here since long before you were born.
Huh? I had no idea.
I was born later. So does that mean the mission to live for Ushiromiya Battler's sake was born later on? However, I don't think my existence is something quite as faint and intangible as a mission. I have enough of a personality to think and act as I'm doing now. So the Witch Beato and I are separate people, both of us possessing something the other lacks. In that sense, maybe it's fitting for us to call ourselves sisters, as she says. I want to know about you.
I also wish to know. I understand that you are also me. Why is it that you speak that way? And why must you serve Battler? As long as we cannot understand that, it seems that both of us will remain immature.
I want to become a complete Beatrice.
Until you were born, I was complete. However, now that you have appeared, I believe that accepting you is my obligation. I also wish to know about you.
The Witch Beato's tone was very slightly arrogant, matching with her self-proclaimed status as the older sister. However, since we both realized that we were the same person, there was no need to be unkind. This was probably because she understood, after meeting me, that her current form was not her real self.
Where are we? Is this the hall of the mansion? Oh.
Beato gasped. Her portrait wasn't there. Did that mean that this was at least 2 years in the past?
Precisely. This is the hall of the Ushiromiya mansion. The night is my time, and the nighttime mansion is mine as well. That fool Kinzo is still so desperate to catch me or revive me. How truly ironic, for here I am openly controlling the mansion each and every night.
So, what do you do here?
I've lost my body, and due to the effects of that hateful shrine, I have no magical power. However, I am reviving that magical power bit by bit every day. My ultimate goal is to undergo a spectacular resurrection and gloat to Kinzo. I cannot wait to tell him that I have succeeded in escaping his cage. For now, I may have become something of a ghost, wandering about and killing time every night, all in anticipation of that gloating grin.
Can I come with you?
Of course. After all, you are a part of me. How could a left arm refuse the company of the right? It would be senseless to refuse. I shall be pleased to have you as my little sister, the new Beatrice.
Thank you very much. One-sama.
A somewhat embarrassing name, but it is not bad. Come, let us go. Let us take a walk through the nighttime mansion. Let me introduce you to my boring everyday life.
The two Beatrices changed their forms into two golden butterflies, and fluttered silently into the depths of the shadowy mansion. Estefania, I wouldn't necessarily say that. Like, I would view this as Beato doing something of her own will. This is not influenced by anybody else. This is all a part of her.
Back then I was, and I guess I still am, a bit of a klutz. I'd always forget where I put things, or intend to lock something but then forget. It caused a lot of trouble.
I remember how Aunt NezumiVA used to get mad at you all the time.
But eventually, Shannon managed to overcome her forgetfulness.
Oh, and how'd you do that?
It wasn't anything big, but I got into the habit of writing things down. I'd write down wherever I put something important. For things that were part of the daily routine, I made a checklist and always made sure to check it.
So, did you see Beatrice or didn't you?
Oh, I didn't see her directly, but, some very strange things did happen.
She was talking about a certain summer night. It was when Shannon was doing the nightly rounds. From her perspective, it was a ghost story. From the witch's perspective, it was just a story of a little summer's night prank. God, the music in this episode is so fucking good! I know this track was in the last episode too, but like, they just, oh, they're hitting it.
My little sister, do you understand that the anti-magic toxin that humans possess? No. What is that, Onesama?
The time of witches has long since passed. Those vile humans who claim to control everything came to deny our existence and possess a strong toxin.
Is that toxin harmful to us?
It is extremely dangerous. If it got to us, our forms would probably evaporate in an instant. However, one thing that we do have in our favor is the fact that our existence is still extremely weak. Because of that, the toxin does not affect us greatly. At worst, it can only transform us into a mist for a time.
However, we'd rather avoid it if we can, right?
Correct. Yes, I see that you are me. You understand quickly. The older sister appeared to be haughty at first, but perhaps because she was so happy to have met her double and little sister, she was more than willing to teach her anything she wanted to know. The first thing that she had taught her when they were witches, a different type of being than humans. Beato had thought that she wasn't a witch because she couldn't use magic, but apparently she was still a witch nonetheless. Then, when she was taught that witches such as her, unlike humans, were bound by various restrictions. The greatest of those restrictions was the anti-magic toxin possessed by humans.
So in other words, we mustn't enter a human's field of vision.
Correct. You can think of it as though human eyes radiate the toxin. If they see you, it is the same as your body being burnt. Though they are lesser in extent, being heard or sensed can also result in contact with the toxin.
So it's dangerous just for us to get close to humans.
Wasn't Father a human? Why am I not burnt by Father's toxin?
If we stock up magical power and have it acknowledged by humans, that toxin can be reduced drastically. In other words, by having our existence acknowledged by humans, we make them lose their toxin, making it possible for us to appear before them once more.
I see. Simply put, as we are now, we can only exist when humans aren't around.
We're still very lacking in magical power, which makes us inferior to even a stray cat hiding from humans in the shadows. Not to, like, interrupt the scene for a second, and, like, I don't know if this will sound strange, but, like, I hope that people understand what I mean. Like, this scene, like, as I'm sure that all of you have probably realized, there are a lot of things about Beato as a character which are deeply relatable to a lot of people in here. Me too. So, like, I don't know. I'm sorry if this sounds kind of cringe. But, like, meeting Sayaka Ohara in person and also like hearing her do the Beatrice voice in the same room as me kind of brought me back to this scene a little bit. You know what I mean? Yeah. Anyway. The main goal of the older sister was to gain a large supply of magical power and to be revived as a great witch strong enough to have no fear of the anti-magic toxin. For that purpose, she had wandered around the mansion night after night, striving to regain her magical power and reduce the anti-magic power of the humans. The powerful previous Beatrice, whom she had read about in Featherine's library, had appeared openly in front of humans and had even toyed with them at will. According to her big sister, such a level of power was most impressive. To think that a witch could only appear openly before humans and use magic at will. A witch like that would be so great that I can hardly even imagine it. Is that what we will eventually become? Yes, she was like a witch from a picture book, appearing openly before the humans of the mansion and summoning magic and underlings at will. How inspiring. If that is our future, it means that all of our hard work will be worth it. Yes, it will. Anyway, Onesima, what does going around unlocking windows like this have to do with the hard work you're talking about? It was the middle of the night. They were following behind servants who were checking the locks on the doors and the windows and undoing those locks after the servants thought they had locked them. It felt more like a child's prank than the work of a witch. This is the path that leads to becoming a great witch. All journeys begin with a single step. To those who cannot understand, that first step may look quite foolish from time to time. However, it is still a momentous first step. With pride, as though making the first step for mankind was on the surface of the moon, the older sister undid the lock on a window with a click. Do you understand, my little sister? Can you not see what makes something like this momentous? No, Onesima. I don't really understand. The older sister closed her eyes lightly, smiled, and opened the unlocked window a crack. Cool outside air flowed in, making the curtains flutter. Let us put in the toxin-filled words of a human. We are not supposed to exist on this island. I shall go further. Right now, there is no one in this corridor, and yet the lock has been undone, and the window has opened. Can you see how great a miracle, a work of magic, a proof of our existence that is? Even you should understand. Oh God, Jesus Christ, sorry. It's getting to me a little bit. Even you should understand the coolness of this breeze. I do understand. It's nice and cool. The coolness, the softness of the breeze, and the feel of the fluttering curtain touching your hair. All of these things show that we truly do exist here. So, by unlocking a window like this, we can leave behind proof that we really did exist. And that is why I unlocked them. Of course, it wasn't just small pranks like opening a window. She could also smash windows and vases or leave behind strange fires and mysterious scribbles. In fact, one time she actually did play a large-scale prank in the kitchen, piling up kitchenware in an eerie manner and leaving behind a bizarre scribble, which scared the servants considerably. Hey, does that sound familiar? It had been a complete success. It had been truly terrifying, and she had succeeded in making the servants acknowledge the existence of magic, weakening the anti-magic toxin. However, she chose to make her presence known by unlocking windows. By doing this, she could release herself from the restrictions imposed by the human's toxin. One day, we will become a single witch and control all of Rokenjima. When that time comes, we will gain complete freedom and will be capable of stretching our wings as we please. We won't have to be afraid of anyone's gaze anymore. We'll be able to fly wherever we wish, disappear whenever we want, laugh however we like, prank however we like, talk with anyone we want to. Humans might ask things of us from time to time. They might fight with us or play with us too. What wonderful things for us frail creatures, who cannot appear before anyone, to look forward to. Right now, they're little more than pranks. However, as they pile up, proof that we exist will begin to gather. The servants already call me the Witch Beatrice, Master of the Night, and are beginning to believe in me bit by bit.
the more they believe, the more those humans will lose their anti-magic toxin. I see. So this means that Father has no anti-magic toxin. And that's because he truly believes in the existence of the witch I am without any doubts. I finally realized that, though I'd thought him to be cold, Father did possess a kindness that couldn't be seen. I'd like to become a great witch and appear in front of everyone soon. Eventually, we will be able to appear openly in front of anyone. By doing that repeatedly, we will make people believe in us. And eventually, we shall display even our magic for all to see. After that happens, we will descend upon Rokenjima as the great witch you told me of. The logic of the witch side is very interesting. It keeps me entertained. It does sound credible, in a way. When humans are warned that they're about to enter a famously haunted place, a hotspot for ghosts, they're likely to start yelling, "Ghost! Ghost!" at the drop of a hat. That's right. All phenomena are fundamentally neutral, indifferent, and dull. If one wishes to have them be accepted in a certain manner, they must first create a suitable environment. If a person has charisma, people will interpret what they do in a positive way, even when they screw up. I see. I guess in that sense that Beato's small efforts aren't for nothing. If it were just the mansion's locks being undone, everything could be resolved by saying that someone forgot to lock up, or that it was some kind of prank. It is the rumors of a witch wandering about the mansion night after night that give form to the existence of the witch. An environment was established such that if anything strange happened in the mansion at night, it would all be viewed as the work of the witch. I get it. If things reached a point where no one questioned that logic, it would mean the same thing as a witch existing in the mansion at night. After the Beatos finished their mischief of unlocking and opening the window, they enjoyed the coolness of the wind and the brightness of the moon, then became gold butterflies and disappeared into the darkness. There was no way of knowing whether the window they had opened had actually been opened by them. The servants might have forgotten to lock up, or one of the family might have opened it after the servants had locked up and forgotten to shut it again. Or maybe someone had played a prank. In the same way that none of those possibilities could be denied, it was also impossible to deny the possibility that a witch really had opened a window to enjoy the night breeze. An outcome without an observer can possess an endless number of ways in which it might have occurred. Those humans who can only conceive of a single possibility are unable to imagine anything. However, people who believe in the possibility of a witch can imagine that it was a witch's prank. When that happens, the scene of the Beatrice's prank that we have just seen etched into the fragment is a fact. That's one of the foundations of magic. Decorating, the process. With just a little magic, even a mass-produced stuffed animal can be reborn as a wonderful, unique stuffed animal filled with a mother's love. If you doubt it, it will be burnt by the anti-magic toxin. If you believe it, the magic will become the truth. Not all magic is bad. Maria Onechan was right. Good magic exists too. The power to repel evil magic may be necessary for a child of man. However, it is a part of the love of the human world not to burn away and defile love-filled magic. Well, good magic is the only kind I'm willing to allow. For all the other kinds, the best remedy is to deny them and burn them away. A typical answer for a child of man. Getting back to the point, what all this tells me is that the ghost Beatrice, who was called the ruler of Rokenjima's night, doesn't really exist. It's nothing more than a general term for any inexplicable occurrences that took place in the mansion at night. In other words, Beatrice isn't the name of a person, it's the name of a phenomenon. If anything bizarre happens, it all becomes the work of the Golden Witch. Any environment in which there could be a witch is, in fact, Beatrice itself. That all piles up until we reach 1986. This is the veil that the true culprit is hiding behind. And the person hiding behind it is without a doubt one of the humans. Let us say that this holds true at this point in the witch's tale of the past. However, I doubt you can use that argument alone to fight all the way through 1986. Ridiculous. Someone obviously must have forgotten to lock up. Well, you may say that, but this isn't just something that happened once or twice. In other words, you're a klutz. A fool. A moron of a servant who forgot to check not just once, but twice, but many times over.
Shannon isn't the only one. That same window was always opened, even when other servants did the rounds. Yeah, Mom even asked me if I'd ever left a window open in the hall at night. I had absolutely nothing to do with it, but she still got pissed. Sheesh.
I'm sure Beatrice wanted to gaze at the moon. Ugh.
It's a bit creepy to have that happen over and over at the same window. And that time when the kitchenware was piled up in the kitchen with a creepy magic circle scribbled there, that sounds even more freaky.
Yes. They say it was an eerie magic circle drawn with something like blood. Ever since then, people have been scared to patrol the kitchen. About the case of the eerie magic circle in the kitchen. Who witnessed that? Well, it wasn't me. I think I heard about it from a servant kid who quit. I wasn't on duty that day. Then there you have it. In the same way that stories about popular haunted locations become exaggerated, you servants like to have a little fun telling ghost stories about the mansion at night, don't you? By doing that, you speak as though the witch exists and infect others with that belief.
So all of the eerie things that were supposedly done by Beatrice are either the result of coincidence and accident or completely cooked up stories that people fabricated for fun. Is that what you're trying to say?
Exactly. Of course, there's no way Beatrice exists.
Beatrice exists.
I'm glad you understand so well, Battler son. I imagine there does exist some human person with that name, or else multiple specific or non-specific people who acted under such an alias. However, this Golden Witch Beatrice that we hope and fantasize might exist is completely and unequivocally impossible.
Beatrice exists! I met her!
Oh? Could you tell me about that in detail? You met Beatrice? And did she show you magic or something?
I see her all the time! Every time I come to Rokenjima! And she always shows me fun magic!
Denying the existence of the witch would always have the immediate effect of infuriating Maria. However, Erica, who didn't know to avoid this topic, had challenged her head-on. But no matter how Maria tried to smooth over the matter of Beatrice's existence, she stood no chance of defeating the ruthlessly intelligent Erica in an argument. George and Jessica hurried to calm Maria down, but Maria's anger could not be settled by this point.
Good! So she showed you magic! Could you explain in detail what kind of magic?
She always used magic to give me candy as a present. Beato can create candy with magic.
Are you sure she didn't just take it out of her pocket?
No, she didn't! It was magic! It was incredible! Tons of candies poured out of an empty cup!
Wow, that's some awesome magic.
That's right. That really would be magic.
Yeah, it was magic. It really was empty. I checked inside it myself.
Excuse me? What do you mean you checked inside it?
Give it a rest, Erica-san. She's just a kid.
Anyway, Erica-sama, would you like some more No, thank you. I'm having a seriously intellectual discussion over here. You outsiders can stay out of this. You'll have to tell me in more detail, Maria-san. What do you mean when you say you checked inside it? Fortunately, we have right here with us a teacup that's just been overturned and emptied. Will you do me the favor of recreating the circumstances for me right now? Let's see it, if you would. Let's see it.
After holding the cup of black tea, which she had just overturned and was still dripping, upside down over the table, Erica slammed it down hard and slid it over to Maria. Erica's eye glowed repulsively, like those of a snake about to snap up a frog. Those eyes were ice cold and had a madness in them that made one want to avert their gaze. On the other hand, Maria was glaring furiously, her whole body shaking uncontrollably in the greatest expression of anger that a human can manage. The look on her face was frightening, not at all something one would expect to see on a 9-year-old girl.
Stop it, both of you! I'll show you what Beatrice did! Just like this! She took the empty cup and she put it upside down on the table!
Yes, and then? Did she immediately lift it up and candies float out? Incredible, that really would be magic, if it happened that way!
Battler and the others tried to get between the two of them and calm them down, but it was no use. The two violently pushed aside the others, and glaring at each other from so up close that their foreheads banged together, they repeatedly slammed down the upside-down cup on the table. The sound of their foreheads banging together and cup being slapped down shattered the barrier between reality and illusion. Demi with the $5. Erica would tell every child she sees that Santa isn't real and their parents hate them. Yeah, pretty much.
It is magic. It is magic. Beata used magic to make candies appear.
Then why don't you reproduce it for us? Founder of Maria's Sorcière and Witch of Origins, Maria! Lady Erica, this opponent is not worth your time. This battle is not worth fighting. Shut up, ball-jointed murder doll! All right. How do you claim the overturned cup was filled with candies?
Just turning the cup over won't make candies come out, because you have to use magic to make them come out. Beato can use magic because she's a witch.
Oh yes, magic. She used magic. How did she use magic? Did she swing a magic wand and tap the cup to make candies pour out? No, that can't be it, right? Right?
Beato is a witch, so she used magic. Magic is when you say an incantation and cause a miracle. You can't use the magic that makes candy unless you say the incantation.
Oh sure, understood. Good, good, yes, good. Let's see this incantation. Let's see this magic. Come on, what kind of incantation would a witch use? What kind?
Come, try to picture it. The inside of the cup is filled with candies. Try to picture such a wonder.
Oh, and then what?
Look, the inside of the cup is filled with candy.
Maria grasped the overturned cup so tightly that it nearly cracked, and slowly lifted it up. Then, from the inside, as many cute candies as the cup could hold poured out. Maria looked at Erica with a full smile as though saying, "That showed you."
Good. Is this what you call Beatrice's magic? Dlanor! Beat her to death! As you wish.
I won't let anyone deny Beato's magic. After all, magic is magic.
Magic is impossible. You might be telling a lie about something that never happened. A repetition has been requested. Failure to respond will be a violation of Nox's 7th commandment.
I'll respond. This is the truth. This story really happened.
This wouldn't have anything to do with the trick in the actual cup or table, making this just a sleight of hand, right? That would be against the rules, wouldn't it? Hidden devices and tricks are in violation of Nox's 3rd commandment. However, if and only if foreshadowing has been presented, these are permitted by Nox's 8th commandment.
Nox's 3rd commandment prohibits hidden doors and devices that have no clues pointing towards them. However, by presenting foreshadowing and clues that point towards the existence of said devices, Nox's 8th commandment allows them to be used.
They had no tricks like that in them. It was just an ordinary table and an ordinary cup. So it's magic, not a trick.
Understood. By Nox's 9th commandment, Lady Maria's account of witnessing magic is permissible. That's right. With the 9th at least. Observers are always allowed to speak their personal opinions. Otherwise, mysteries where the culprit is seen dressed up as a woman and it's written, "I saw a woman," would all be disqualified. Sure, that's fine. Claim that you saw magic all you want. All truths are nothing more than claims. So I'll make a claim separate from yours and smash right through yours. That's the detective's duty, and the time we shine the most.
You can't break through this. This is magic.
Since it is magic, only witches can use it, right?
That's right, only witches can use it.
So if a human like me could use it too, that would mean it isn't magic, right?
You can't use it. Only Beato can use magic.
Good. Then why don't I show you? I'll make candy appear from under this empty cup.
I'd like to see you try. Impossible. Impossible. Useless. Useless. There's no way a human can do it.
Then please, 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 just relax and watch. Okay, here we have an empty cup. Is that okay? It is, isn't it? Then we turn it over on the table like this.
Let it be known that this fight has no point.
Okay, I'm going to say the incantation for creating candies now. In fact, why don't we say it together? Come, try to picture it.
The inside of the cup is filled with candy. Try to picture such a wonder.
Stop! Maria-san, why do you close your eyes when you say the incantation? Why not witness the miracle of magic?
Humans are stained by the anti-magic toxin. If a lowly human saw it, the miracle of magic would be wiped out of existence. That's why there's a rule that says lowly humans have to close their eyes when using magic.
I see. Okay, I understand the protocol used by humans performing magic. In other words, not once have you ever witnessed the moment the magic happened. Isn't that right? Look, it's done. Please, lift the cup. After all, I've used the magic to make candies appear.
There's no way someone who makes fun of witches could use the candy magic.
Then if it actually did work, all the better. After glaring at Erica with the utmost of malice, Maria slowly stretched her hand out toward the overturned cup. There was no way that Erica, someone who made fun of witches like this, could ever use magic. There was no way there'd be candy there. So, how's it look inside? And there, in a cute wrapper, lay a single candy. See? This is magic, right? Erica smiled gently. A look of disbelieving shock rose in Maria's eyes, along with envy for this person who could use the same magic as Beato.
Erica, you can use magic too?
See? It's magic, isn't it? What I did there.
Yeah!
So in other words, Erica smiled pleasantly. She and Maria had finally reached a deep understanding. You're a moron! While you had your eyes closed, I just lifted the cup up and tossed a candy in. Call that magic? It's just a third-rate trick. There's my blue truth as the detective. And now, as the Witch of Truth, I present to you my red truth. Your so-called candy magic is nothing more than a sleight of hand, a mere trick that the fake witch calling herself Beatrice or whatever claimed was magic. I mean, seriously, did you really get fooled by such a dumb trick? The magic your perspective speaks of can't be trusted in the slightest. Everything you ever thought was a magic was just a trick that you didn't get. There's no way that such a thing exists as magic. There's no way magic exists! Huh?
Putting the candy in this cup might have been your sleight of hand, but that doesn't prove that Beato's magic was also a sleight of hand. Will you?
However, you also can't prove that it could only have been done with magic. You rotten stuffed animal!
For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following.
Know that this meaningless battle ends here. You dumb scraps of paper! Why'd you have to butt in at the good part? That is enough. Lady Maria has been shown that magic which makes candy appear in a cup could possibly be a trick that she misunderstood to be magic. Therefore, her claim that it was magic is dismissed.
However, it might really have been magic when Maria saw it. Just because it can be done by a sleight of hand doesn't disprove magic.
Well done, Lady Erica. Congratulations on crushing Lady Maria's witch illusion. Witch illusions are an attempt to make others acknowledge the existence of magic by claiming that something would be impossible without it. That is the attack used by witches. If someone can argue back and say that it would be possible without magic, the witch illusion is defeated, and the witch must retreat.
The magic that Maria claimed to have seen had the possibility of being a trick, so it was unqualified to be acknowledged as magic. That was only the result of this battle. It was still too early to bring the fight into the domain of denying everything else Maria believed in, the existence of Beatrice, witches, and magic. However, battles will always end instantly when your opponent surrenders. Erica had wanted to hit Maria with everything at once, defiling the witch and the magic she believed in, and crushing it without a fragment of compassion.
Just one more step and I'd have been able to take a heart as pure as the smooth sand just after a wave is pulled back and tear it to bits. What a shame. This isn't fun anymore. Are you satisfied now? Ouch! Ow! Ow! Ow!
Erica grumpily punched the arm of Delanor that was restraining her. However, that cold, hard, marble-like arm just made Erica's hand hurt.
Diplomatic immunity! This battle is over!
For your attention, diplomatic immunity accepted.
Know that this fight is childish in the extreme. Did you say something? She did not. Let us withdraw. Lady Maria is no match for you, Lady Erica. There is no need to pay any attention to small fries such as this. You're right. How childish of me, tearing kids' dreams apart. I'm really sorry, okay? I apologize for my momentary lack of elegance.
Let's go. Erica's group turned their backs on Maria, who was still crouching down limply. However, as detectives in famous mysteries have always done in the past, Erica clapped her hands, stopped, and turned around.
Oh, that's right. Your thoughts? All it takes is the presence of an overturned cup, and a deduction like this becomes trivial for Furudo Erica. Your thoughts, ladies and gentlemen?
Erica's merciless words gouged themselves into Maria's heart once more. Erica left, leaving an evil laugh behind her. After bowing to Maria and Sakutaro, Delanor left too. Gertrude and Cornelia followed suit. After that, only Maria and Sakutaro were left in the lonely Golden Land.
Who do you... Beato is a witch. Who do you... Beato is a witch. It was magic. It was magic. It was magic. Beato used magic to give you candy. You don't need to doubt that. Who do you? Please believe in Beato. You know that magic can't bear fruit unless you believe.
In the middle of an ice-cold drizzle, which had started falling at some point, Maria sobbed. Trying to at least protect her from the rain, Sakutaro used his large sleeves to cover Maria's head, and stayed there by her side. Okay, let's go, Maria. Let's play cards together in the room upstairs.
Erica-san, as an adult, I cannot condone that conversation just now.
My apologies. I'm still just a kid, after all.
After seeing that wonderful candy magic brutally insulted by Erica, Maria had been crying this whole time.
I started noticing it at the quiz party after dinner. But your personality is screwed up.
Is this fun for you? Are you enjoying tearing a little kid's dreams apart?
Please stop, Butler-sama. Please, for my sake, don't push any further here. Please.
Shannon, who had been looking flustered, bowed her head deeply and implored Battler to stop. George, who didn't want Shannon pressured, fell in line.
Let's go. Let's spend this year in the cousins' room, too. We can watch TV and play cards.
I've heard that Erica-san has her own room. Shannon, please guide her.
Oh, no need to bother yet. I'll relax down here for a little while longer. I want to savor it a bit.
What the hell are you trying to savor?
Battler and the others could no longer hide their irritation. They had no obligation to entertain their uninvited guest any further on this. Erica herself understood perfectly well that no place would welcome a detective. Battler and the others wanted to leave, and Erica wanted to stay. Neither had any desire to stop the other. Jessica urged Maria, who was still crying, to come along. Then Maria stopped and spun around.
Got a problem?
They do exist here and there. Humans that are practically lumps of the toxin that don't believe in magic. There are many boys like you in my class. They don't believe in witches or magic or miracles or happiness. You can't become a witch if you let the toxin of people like that burn you to ashes. I may not look it, but I'm Beatrice's disciple. I'm the apprentice witch of origins.
Maria, who had been sobbing until a second ago, seemed to have transformed into an entirely different person. She laughed, no, cackled eerily. Battler's group stiffened up at this sudden change, but Erica was watching calmly. Then she smiled and gave a small nod in response.
Good. You're not a bad opponent. Good night, Miss Maria. Let's fight in a more satisfying game next time.
Sure, let's. It's a promise.
You stop that too, Maria. Come on, let's go. What about you, Shannon-chan? You can play cards with us if you want. Come on, join us for at least one round. It'll cheer you up.
Then just for a bit.
Shannon couldn't remain in this suffocating lounge any longer either. In part apologetic and in part trying to escape, she followed after Battler's group. After that, Erica was the only one left in the lounge. Still wearing a thin smile, she tapped a glass with her finger. There was a light chink, a surprisingly boring sound. Even so, Erica wore a thin smile as though pleased.
Sorry to keep you waiting. I was just in the bath. Oh, where is everyone? You just missed them. They went upstairs. I'm the one who called you here. I've heard that you know a lot of stories about Akushi Kijima and the Witch of the Forest. Yes, well, they're trivial stories, but I don't mind in the slightest if they're trivial. Would you like a drink to follow your bath? Even I like to be helpful every now and then.
Erica stood up, opened the refrigerator behind the counter, and put ice into the ice pail. Oh, boy. You fucking rat. Alright. I believe we're going to read one more chapter, and then that'll be it for tonight. So, let's get through this one, shall we?
Erica-chan, huh? She's an odd kid. Somehow I just can't seem to get along well with the young kids these days.
You're still pretty young yourself, George-san.
I guess it's because I've always been the oldest of the cousins. It's always made me feel like I'm not one of the young ones anymore.
George and Shannon could be seen surrounded by the rainy rose garden. Though the rain was still pouring down, there was hardly any wind at all. The scant projection provided by the arbor was more than was more than enough to house this secret meeting between lovers. Following that fight with Erica, the group had decided to play some cards for a change of pace. When that was over, Shannon returned to the servant room, and shortly after that, George left the room as well to meet Shannon here at the time they had arranged.
I think kids around Erica-san's age have a really hard time accepting themselves.
Yeah, that is true. Around that age, most kids are so determined to break out of the shell of childhood that they lash out in all directions with their beaks. Only once they manage to break through can they finally stretch their wings and fly high. I was like that too. When I was still inside that shell, I was a weak, deplorable man who didn't deserve any respect.
Oh, George, don't be so hard on yourself. You haven't really changed that much.
That's not true.
No, it's okay. I realize it myself. Back then, I might have been the oldest of the cousins, but I was still a lazy, hopeless man. And it wasn't just with the cousins. At home, at school. I was like that everywhere.
I hated being like that. I wanted to break that shell and become a splendid adult like mother and father.
But in the end, you did break out of that shell, George-sama. Every time I've met you these past few years, you've grown beyond recognition.
Thank you.
Did something cause you to make up your mind?
To break out of my shell?
Yes. I can't imagine that you grew so rapidly, like a butterfly breaking out of its cocoon, just by wandering around aimlessly. I thought there must have been some turning point which made you become so determined.
I fell in love with you, and grew thanks to the power of love, is what I've told you so far. But the truth is, the turning point was a much more negative emotion.
No way. It's hard to believe that someone who's always as bright and cheerful as you could have negative emotions.
Well, my parents taught me to treat girls well, and I thought that I had succeeded in living that way.
Yes. I think you're a really wonderful gentleman.
But that was wrong.
Hmm?
I didn't know how to interact with the opposite sex. I deified them excessively, and though I always behaved in a gentlemanly, ladies-first kind of way, I was probably outright afraid of interacting with girls.
Of course, George had wanted to be around girls as much as any boy might. However, he didn't know how to interact with them. He wanted to act like a gentleman, avoid being disliked by them, and treat them with care. Of those feelings, only the words, "treat girls well," took precedence, blossoming into a subconscious fear of women.
You might call a man like that gentlemanly, or a late bloomer. Ridiculous. I was just a coward. Because of that, I started to wonder why I couldn't get a lover if I was so gentlemanly, and I eventually came to the conclusion that all the women in the world had no taste, and started to hate all of them, stupidly. That's what a truly pathetic man looks like. How many years ago was it when I noticed? It started when I was in middle school. At the time, I assumed I obviously was the most gentlemanly of the cousins, so I would obviously be popular with women. However, reality was completely different. At school, I was pretty much completely hopeless. Far from being a leader, I was the bullied kid who got pushed around by everyone. At the time, I figured I was just a capable and adaptable man who could keep in perfect tune with his surroundings. How stupid. Sure, I might have gained some measure of trust from girls. However, not only was there no one who would become my girlfriend, I didn't even know any girls I could call a friend. Of course, I was a man who always took a step back from girls, under the pretense of ladies first. Who would ever want to stand behind such a negative, unmotivated man? It's funny. I didn't even realize this, and I thought I was a pretty attractive guy.
I can sort of understand how you felt. Just because someone puts in a lot of hard work to look attractive to the opposite sex, it doesn't mean it will necessarily work out as they planned.
Oh? Does that happen to you too, Shannon?
Of course. One time, I wanted to catch a boy's eye so much I tried putting on makeup even though I didn't know how and embarrassed myself. I remember a lot of embarrassing failures.
The person that made me finally get over my conceit and open my eyes was you, Shannon. No, it was all of you.
What was the turning point for you, George-san?
Envy, probably.
That's unexpected. But envy for what?
I saw you and Butler-kun having a really good time talking. That made me envious.
Me and Butler-sama?
Shannon raced through her memories, trying to find a conversation that might have made George envious.
It probably seems trivial to you two. However, it still made me envious. I don't want Butler-kun to hear what I say next, no matter what. Can you promise me?
Of course.
It's going to be a shameful confession. Still, I want you to hear it. I want to hear your answer tonight, only after I've told you about my bad sides as well.
Okay. Let me hear it.
With a smile but a serious look in her eyes, Shannon nodded. Tonight. She knew what he was going to ask her tonight. George had the right to confess before asking that sacred question, and Shannon had the obligation to listen. Shannon understood this, so she listened quietly.
So, this is what a witch of theater-going peeps in on during her spare time?
Stories of love are truly timeless. I never tire of them. However, I do find that maidenly expression of disgust on your face even more charming.
Featherine laughed quietly. Anje huffed and looked away, but she quickly realized that this would only entertain Featherine even more, so she tried to act unconcerned.
Both Battler-kun and Jessica-chan have always been spirited. No, phrasing it that way is just dodging the point. Let me be frank.
George looked up at where the moon should be, high above the rain clouds, and spoke. They were honest words spoken from George's meek heart.
For a long time back then, I thought of Battler-kun and Jessica-chan as bad-mannered kids. No, let me be more direct. I thought that even the way they talked was vulgar. It's true. I don't mind if you hold me in contempt for that.
I don't. People are allowed to think anything they want inside their hearts. In fact, I think you are all the more commendable for not letting it show on the outside.
Thanks. I secretly looked down on those two. I was so conceited that I truly thought I was just overflowing with gentlemanly charm compared to them. I was at that age where having a girlfriend felt like a necessary condition for becoming a real man. I truly believed that no girl could fail to admire a gentleman who treated kids girls as well as I did. Wow, fucking slip there. Sorry. So I really did assume that the girls I knew were attracted to me. I thought that Battler-kun and Jessica-chan, who always joked around and spoke in a rude, vulgar fashion, would never be able to get a boyfriend or girlfriend. I might have used that argument to distract myself when I couldn't get a girlfriend. I was a fool. They weren't inferior to me at all. I was the inferior one, with my deification of the opposite sex and my fear, which I hid under the guise of ladies first.
That's been Butler and Jessica's personality from the beginning. True, they were rude, and one couldn't have called them gentlemanly or ladylike. However, they did have the power to interact without worrying about their sexes. In fact, you might even call that their charm. I sort of understand. People like Oni-chan and Jessica One-chan can get along with everyone, whether that person is a boy or a girl. Apologies to George Oni-chan, but guys who try too hard to act like a gentleman, I find them a bit creepy. It's like they have delusions about women or something. People respect it when someone they're distant from is boring and harmless. However, they only like that person because he or she doesn't get in their way. No human being would want to deepen their connection with a boring person. Of course, no idiot would want to be friends with an unmoving, unspeaking telephone pole. However, unmoving and unspeaking is exactly what you'd want from a telephone pole. That's it. It seems as though George finally discovered that he wouldn't be viewed as an attractive man no matter how superior he was, and he had been treated like a telephone pole the whole time.
Back then, my conceit was at its peak, so when everyone gathered at the family conferences, I believed that I was the most attractive and that all the servant girls who played with us were in love with me. And then the day came when I finally realized how pathetic I was.
Did I say something inconsiderate then?
No, it's the opposite. You didn't say anything at all. My conceited delusion that I was the only one ever reflected in your eyes was crushed. Just when did it start? No, it must have started long before then. I only failed to notice because my eyes were clouded with conceit. One day, I suddenly realized it. You guys were getting along with Battler-kun and Jessica-chan far better than with me. Playing around and having a good time. Yes, those two whom I had looked down upon so much were radiating far more charm than I was. You really looked like you were enjoying yourself that day. The look on your face was far brighter than any you ever showed me. Sickening, isn't it? I just assumed that you liked me, and even had some childish fantasy that we might end up dating. Based on nothing at all, I felt as though my girlfriend had been stolen from me and let myself feel hurt. Just how pathetic was I at that moment? When that happened, I finally realized how foolish I had been.
George-san.
After that, stuff happened, and Battler-kun stopped coming to the family conferences. But I heard about him from time to time from Uncle Rudolph. Uncle Rudolph cares more than he shows. Even though he gets into fights with Battler-kun all the time, he always paid close attention to his son's goings-on.
Yes, I've heard similar things. Even Asumi-sama despaired at how alike they were. She was sure that Rudolph Sama's blood was to blame for all the trouble caused by Battler Sama's popularity with the girls at school.
And Jessica-chan, too. I'd heard that she built up a huge number of friends, both boys and girls, that she was always the center of attention. When I actually talked with her, I realized that this was no exaggeration.
That experience
That experience had shown that the two I had looked down upon were much more attractive human beings than I was. At first, I tried to imitate those two. It was pretty ridiculous. I thought that by joking around and speaking rudely, I could get that same charm that they had.
You did that? It's a bit hard to picture.
It was pathetic. I wish I could forget that time for the rest of my life. In any event, I quickly realized that I would never gain any true charm by imitating them like that.
Can you imagine George walking around like,
Yo, how's it going? I'm George. I'm awesome. Yo, what's up, Jessica?
jeez.
I called it respecting people. I called it acting to fit in with the general atmosphere. But actually, I was always just running away, and this cowardice was the reason for my lack of charm. I resolved myself to overcome that flaw and be reborn. I finally understood the shell I was in, and I swore to break out of it. Every time my resilience began to waver, I would remember that day. The day that I saw you all forget about me entirely and play around happily. And the fact that those eyes of yours, which I had always assumed were attracted to me, never noticed me at all. I made an oath. This time, I would really make you take notice of me, and I would be reflected in your eyes. The truth is, that was the very first emotion, the start of me falling in love with you.
It must have been complicated.
That day, I felt a desire for revenge against you all. No, against you specifically for playing as a group and ignoring me. And before I knew it, that emotion had transformed into true love. However, I swear this to God. Even though that was the reason I first started to take you seriously, there are no lies in the way I feel about you now.
God damn it. Clicked off the window by accident.
I swear to love you for all my life. I will not lie about that for anyone or anything. And I'm prepared to take you as my wife, even if it means having the entire world as my enemy.
George, son.
That's the confession I wanted to make to you beforehand. Before now, I've called you my first love. Love at first sight. That was a lie. It was only my selfish, twisted...
That doesn't matter.
Shannon smiled, but she spoke forcefully enough to interrupt George's words.
Is there some rule saying that people can't get together just because they weren't each other's first love? Is it betrayal to forget the first person you fell in love with? Love isn't that simple. Well, it might be simple. After all, love is easy. Always, whatever you feel now. Only the honest feelings you feel now can tell you the right answer. So things of the past, or how our relationship started, aren't important at all.
Then, I confessed for nothing?
No. I'm a bit glad to learn that even George-san, who's always perfect at everything, has a human side to him. And it makes me happy to know that I'm the only person you've told this to.
Thank you. I was only able to become who I am because of you.
Me too. I am as I am because of you, George-san. So please, tell me without holding back. What kind of husband and wife will we be? And what kind of future will we build together?
When I have you as my wife, I'll become an even more accomplished businessman than my father. And through all kinds of challenges and adventures, I hope to explore the limits of my potential.
Mark Zero, most George Shannon scenes give Big Top vibes when you remember the age thing. Yeah, pretty much. Like, it sucks because it's like, I understand the, like, intent of this scene, and I think that if you do, like, forget that, like, if you just aren't aware of the age thing at all, then, like, I actually think a lot of the things that they're saying to each other are rather poignant. And I think like George having an admission of his failings as a person and stuff like that, like that's good. Like that's good stuff. It's just that yeah, that element of it kind of fucks it up something major.
And through all kinds of challenges and adventures, I hope to explore the limits of my potential. I want to reach that peak together with you. The view from there will be something no one can show you but me.
It sounds fun. I'll be with you wherever you go.
Of course, it won't only be an adventure as a businessman. I'd like to create many things that only a couple can make.
And what could that be?
Let's have some kids.
Shut up! Shut up!
Yes, my husband.
I'd like 3 of them at least. At least 1 boy and 1 girl.
And what if all 3 are boys?
Then the next one might be a girl. We can make a 4th one. It doesn't matter how many. Let's enjoy the adventure of bringing them up together. And when those children eventually leave their nest, they'll make us some grandchildren. Before we know it, we'll reach a boisterous old age surrounded by many children and grandchildren.
It sounds like fun. I wonder what kind of a grandpa you'll be.
And I wonder what kind of a grandma you'll be. However, I will always keep loving you. And when we eventually pass away, surrounded by our vast family, our lives will stretch behind us, unmatched by anyone else's.
See, chap, I know that you guys get really sad sometimes that all of the Ushiramiyas are dead. But as a consolation, as a result, George is dead, and this never happened. George didn't just talk about his love in the present. He swore to love her soul until the final moment, when the lids of their coffins would be shut. Then, George took a small box out of his pocket. Even without opening it, she knew what was inside. He took it out with a motion that was more natural even than the one he had practiced in the bathroom at the airport, and it was overflowing with charm.
Sire,
Yes.
let's get married.
Yes.
The Earl Lobotomist, you were so, like, late in here. Like, I genuinely don't understand how you would even be able to, like, try to gather, like, any context from this if you're coming in here at this point. You gotta go back, buddy. You gotta go back.
Please, take this ring and put it on your finger.
Yes, George-san.
That ring, which glistened divinely even in the dim light of the arbor, passed from George's hand to Shannon's finger. Of course, Shannon had already decided which finger to put it on.
I swear to resolutely stand against any fate which may attempt to get in the way of our future.
George proclaimed that he would reveal their engagement to the entire family on the next day.
My parents might criticize this marriage. However, I will not let them stop us. I'm going to inform them of our engagement, not ask for their permission. If Mother says that she will not allow our marriage, I plan to have myself disinherited, as we will leave this family together. I've been prepared for that since long ago. I swear once again to resolutely stand against all fates that get in the way of our future.
George had said it aloud, so Shannon said the same thing.
Me too. I swear to stand against all fates that get in the way of our future. Battler-san, when will the crime start? I've had just about enough of this love show.
Be quiet and watch.
Sure, fine. I'd hate to yawn and let some spectacular bit of foreshadowing slip by.
Do you have no love?
Are there any mysteries which accept love as proof? No, there aren't.
Erica laughed coldly and stared down at the two on the game board. Battler watched her quietly. Erica thought she felt a touch of pity in his gaze, and she averted her eyes uncomfortably.
I do understand, more or less. Love can at least become a motive for murder. I can interpret the scene beneath the arbor to represent a possible motive for the crime if their engagement is somehow impeded.
No, guys. Erica doesn't dislike this scene for the right reasons. She would say this about all of the slice of life, even the stuff you like.
Then again, no matter how much people talk of love with words that aren't read, it's all just an illusion.
That's very sad. You can't even love anyone without proof given to you by a witch.
Please put an end to this frivolous romance talk. I am your enemy, not some eccentric friend of yours content to engage with your ramblings about love. I can't understand you at all anymore. What on earth did you figure out? Weren't you and Beato always insulting and trying to kill each other? What kind of truth could you have reached to make you change your emotions regarding her? Please don't tell me that feelings of true love have sprouted from your murderous rivalry or something ridiculous like that. Lady Erica, let us have him continue the game's progression. Boring love scenes such as this are best finished quickly. Huh, you've got a point there. Sorry for butting in. Come on, let's move on.
This is also like very reflective of you see this more and more as you read through the answer arcs. They're not technically called the answer arcs, but you know what I mean. You see this more and more as you go through the back half of Umineko. Umineko is a story that is definitely written very responsively. Ryukishi is definitely reading what people say about his story as he's writing it, and he adjusts course based on that sometimes. And you can tell that like Erica right now is definitely reflecting like tons of people on like contemporaneous forums and shit being like, this fucking slice of life shit is so boring. I just want to get to the fucking murders. It takes too long to get to the murders. Who cares about this shit? Like anytime a character has an emotional moment or something of significance in the slice of life. Yeah, so yep. K-Rare and Ross with the $20. Always weird to think about how George's admission, I was jealous when you were with Battler, would have been at earliest 6 years ago. Battler's 12, Shannon 10, George 17. If we make George pre-puberty, Battler would be 7 and Shannon 5. Yeah, yeah, it's gross. It's fucking gross. It fucking sucks. It really sucks.
It's Shannon. I've come back.
The log for today hasn't been filled out yet.
Yes, I'll do that right away. And Canon-kun, thanks for keeping an eye out while I was gone.
That was a pretty long break.
Canon had already noticed. There was a silvery glint coming from the ring finger on Shannon's left hand. Daniel with the £5. A time will come when people will regret why they treated you wrong. The Joker inspiration. Rat has so many other reasons to treat this wrong. Yeah.
Then I will retire. Please do not hesitate to wake me if anything occurs.
Good night, Genji-sama.
Genji disappeared off to the waiting room. After that, only Shannon and Canon remained.
Thanks for giving me some time. I'll be staying here, so you can take a break now if you want.
In other words, it's my turn now.
Yeah. Sorry, but we aren't going to lose.
And I won't lose either.
Even though you've always been a coward and let Milady take the lead until now?
Wasn't it you who taught me, Nesan?
What did I teach you?
The past is immaterial when it comes to love. The present is all that's important. If that's true, then I think my present is in no way inferior to yours, Nesan.
Shannon and Canon glared at each other with serious eyes. That period of tension vanished when Shannon chuckled.
Yeah, that's good. You and Milady have to give it your all. If you do end up together, make sure you build up a relationship wonderful enough that we can cheer you on with all our hearts.
Well, you do have a huge lead on me.
Nothing to be done about that. That's what you get for your cowardice before now.
I know. That is my sin.
Shannon and Canon fished around in their pockets and drew out 2 small things that glittered gold. They looked like the left and right wings of a gold butterfly.
We have furniture. In order to become human and receive the miracle that allows us to love, we must rely on a miracle of magic once again.
To think that her brooch would prove useful.
It's the only magic within our reach.
It was the golden butterfly brooch, which Beatrice had once given to Shannon in the hopes of creating love between her and George. Shannon had given it to Canon, but he had let his emotions get a hold of him and had crushed it into pieces. So when the two wings they held were brought together, it would regain the form of a beautiful butterfly. Then I'll be back soon. After all, they've asked me to play cards with them.
Yeah. Good luck. I'm sure Milady will be happy.
It's a bit embarrassing.
Enjoy it. That feeling.
Canon left the servant room. He went to go see Jessica and tell her what he had determined to do. Shannon quietly watched him go. The fragment of the brooch and the engagement ring let off a gold and silver glint.
That takes me back. That's something I gave Shannon, if I recall. I always wondered where that disappeared to after Canon stepped on it, but it seems they still had it all this time. That's the golden butterfly brooch, isn't it? I read about the magical brooch that can save a love relationship in Feathering Sun's book.
And that had been the first moment that Beatrice, Witch of the Forest, had met with a human and given them her power. Bit by bit, she had ascended from a mere ghost to the ruler of the mansion at night, and by making the servants believe in her, she had wiped away the anti-magic power. And then, it eventually became possible for her to appear openly in front of Shannon, whose magic resistance had grown particularly low and who had begun to believe in the existence of Beatrice. To Beato, who had been unable to interact with anyone for many years, this conversation with Shannon must have been especially fun.
That's why I generously gave her the butterfly brooch. I was in quite a good mood. It's no common thing for a heartless witch such as myself to be so gracious. But it's wonderful. You brought a pair of future lovers together. Of course, I did not do it to pamper them. It was in exchange for smashing that hateful spirit mirror that repressed my magical powers. And thanks to that, I was able to regain much of my power all in one go. But then, one night, purple lightning smashed the shrine. Those of the surrounding islands called it an evil omen. Oh, now that I think about it, that must have been a prelude to Beatrice Sama's resurrection.
Kumasawa had the rest of the night off, so she had let Erika talk her into drinking a bit, and was chatting about the legend of Akujikijima and Beatrice in a happy, tipsy mood. Erika would nod from time to time, but she listened very closely. She wasn't actually taking notes, but she was gathering the information on the whiteboard inside of her head. Then she frowned as though noticing something out of place and held up her hand.
Wait a second. Yes? That shrine was built by a traveling mountaineering
I forget how that word is pronounced again. Is it ascetic? I'm sure somebody will correct me if I was wrong.
to seal up the evil spirits of Akujikijima. Isn't that right? Yes, that is correct. It was one who possessed a vast supernatural power and who placed that power within the mirror. And placed it within the shrine as a sacred mirror to seal the evil spirits.
Ascetic? Ascetic. Okay, gotcha.
Something feels off about that. Why would a shrine to seal the evil spirits of Akujikijima also seal Beatrice? Well, that's because the power of the sacred mirror. I see. So it's this really convenient sacred mirror that works on both evil spirits from the east and witches from the west. Got it. I'm still not satisfied, but I'll back off there for now. What I don't understand is why Beatrice can't stand spiderwebs.
According to the legend, the evil spirits of Akujikijima despised spiderwebs. So they were apparently used as wards against evil on the islands around here. Actually, spiders are a useful bug. The farmers of the islands may well have treasured them. It's very possible that the farmers called them wards against evil, tying them to the stories about evil spirits. Jesus Christ, thanks. In order to create a tradition of people treating this useful bug with care throughout the generations.
But that's just the legend of Akujikijima. The origins for the legend of the witch Beatrice came after Ushiromiya Kinzo moved to the island. When rumors sprouted about the mysterious legend of the gold and his mistress who gave it to him as a witch. In other words, the evil spirits of Akujikijima and Golden Witch Beatrice are completely different things, and yet the same things are said about them. Well now.
The evil spirits of Akujikijima couldn't stand spider webs, so neither could Beatrice. That sort of reasoning had been applied all over the place. When it was pointed out that this was strange, Kumasawa was lost for an answer.
The doorknob to Kinzo-san's study has a scorpion magic circle drawn on it, which represents a charm against magic and Western sorcery. That's why the Western witch Beatrice can't touch it. I can understand that part. But there's no reason for Beatrice to dislike spiderwebs. I don't remember spiderwebs ever being included among things Western witches can't stand. On the contrary, wouldn't spiders be the friends and minions of a witch? Well, in my opinion, these two legends about the evil spirits of Akujikijima and the witch Beatrice have become a little mixed together. In fact, maybe they've been fully joined together as one. The legend of Akujikijima is a fairy tale created by fishermen fearful of reefs in the Rokenjima area. However, there was no visual image to go along with those evil spirits. Were they people, or monsters, or ghosts without legs? There's no mental picture of them. People are bad at imagining things without visuals. And then the legend of the witch called Beatrice came in. A witch is a lot easier to picture than evil spirits, and on top of that, Kinzo-san had a portrait of Beatrice drawn and displayed. In other words, the lack of a visual image, which was the one weak point in the legend of Akujikijima, was finally completed. Perhaps the two legends became mixed together at some point after that. Well, I wonder. It is a bit confusing for an old lady such as myself.
Kumasawa laughed to smooth it over, wiping away a cold sweat. She might have seemed confused, but she actually did understand what Erika was saying. In truth, she did have a rough understanding of how the legend of Akujikijima, which had been around before Ushirimiya Kinzo had come to Rokenjima, and the legend of the Golden Witch, the story of the woman who had given Kinzo a vast quantity of gold, had changed over time. She didn't want to admit it, but she knew. Beatrice's backstory, that she hated the spirit mirror and spiderwebs, had actually been based on the ancient legend of Akujikijima. The evil spirits part of the legend had just been replaced by the witch of the portrait.
So, if there really was someone claiming to be the Golden Witch Beatrice, I'd really like to ask her whether she actually does hate spiderwebs or not. What happens when she touches them? It is said that witches and their minions receive burns when they touch spiderwebs. So that's probably what would happen, I would say. That's not bad. A splendid witch trial. If the spiderweb touches her and she gets burned, then she's an evil spirit, not a witch. And if nothing happens, then it proves that she's just a human. In other words, whether she's burned or not, it will prove that the Golden Witch doesn't exist. The legend of the witch is nothing more than the legend of Akujikijima. Akujikijima, reboiled with a new face on it. Well, all it takes is the presence of a legend, and a deduction like this becomes trivial for Furudo Erika. Your thoughts, ladies and gentlemen?
Though only the two of them were in the lounge. Erika faced in the direction of an invisible audience would have been if there was one, and shrugged. And to match Erika's imagination, the two of them actually were there listening in.
Spiderwebs. They burn if you touch them?
When Beato the Elder snapped her fingers, a graceful silver spider slipped down from the ceiling, hanging by a transparent thread. Afterwards, only a single silver strand remained. Timidly, Beato stretched her finger out towards the spider's string, and she touched it.
I'm fine.
You are? Huh? Beato the Elder lifted up a white pale finger, and after showing it to her little sister, she traced the silver string with it. There was a stench like a single hair being burned. Once again, she held her finger up in front of Beato, who was dumbfounded. There was a thin burn line, as though someone had traced across it with a razor.
What does this mean?
That's what I would like to know. Why are you unharmed?
I don't know. What I don't understand is why you do get burnt by touching a spiderweb.
I do not know. It has always been like that, since I first gained consciousness.
Then, are you...
Beato hesitated. However, her question was clear. No, I am not one of the evil spirits of Akujikijima. I am Beatrice,
ruler of Rokenjima's night. Even I do not know why I have the same weakness as this island's evil spirits of old. Are spiderwebs the only thing you can't handle? As this Erika said, I can't touch the doorknob to Kinzo's study. That scorpion magic circle burns me. For me, trying to open the door to that study is like trying to pick a red-hot horseshoe out of a fire. What about you? Scorpion magic circles, you mean?
The older sister snapped her fingers again. When she did, the surrounding scene bent and twisted, and they suddenly moved to the place in front of Kinzo's study. And there was the doorknob engraved with the scorpion magic circle.
Those who research sorcery must have a refuge sealed off from both human and spiritual disturbances. It's no surprise that Kinzo chose to seal off his study and place a charm such as this here. And unfortunately, that affects me as well, as I will show you.
She gently grasped the doorknob. As she did, a violent burning sound, unbelievably stronger than the one caused by the spiderweb, rang out.
Onesama, are you okay? Your hand!
Her hand had been horribly burnt, and Beato couldn't help but avert her eyes.
Fear not. This scratch will heal quickly.
Apparently it would heal by itself if left alone. The older sister seems to heal at an inhuman rate.
However, it seems that you can handle it just fine.
Go. She timidly poked the doorknob. Nothing happened. Slowly, she touched it with her entire palm, but she felt nothing but a pleasantly cool sensation.
Strange. Though you are my double, you are different from me in several ways.
Well, I might be able to touch the doorknob. If I ever get burnt like you did, I don't think I would heal that easily.
It's as though you're a normal human.
Yes. Even if I find it a little hard to believe that I'm a witch, I can't use magic like you, and I can't get strange burns or heal from them later. Father believed that I was a great witch reborn, but I cannot believe that.
Who are you?
I am Beatrice. I was born for Father's sake. And you, Onesama?
I am also Beatrice. I used magic to give Kinzo gold and later became a soul in the formless witch that haunts this island.
Just who on earth are we?
Unlike me, it seems that you possess a body.
Huh? Really?
Yes. It occurred to me while listening to that Erika person. I'm a witch who can use magic but has no body, and you are a witch who has a body but can use no magic. Eventually, perhaps we will become one, each filling in what the other lacks, and become the true, complete Beatrice.
It did seem plausible. Both of the Beatrices were missing something. If they were to become one, then surely they would be very close to the Beatrice that Battler desired.
Do you want to try? Hold out your hand.
The older sister slowly raised her palm and held it out before Beato. The large burn from a second ago really had started to heal already.
It may be possible for us to become one. I want to know as well. By becoming one with you, I want to learn about my future self.
Beato also raised her hand slowly, and the two hands touched. But nothing happened. Perhaps this meant that while they were fated to become one eventually, that time had not yet come.
For me, being burned by spiderwebs is perfectly normal. However, you didn't even know about it. In the same way, you say that the reason you were born was for your father's sake. Apparently, that father is Ushiromiya Battler. I know him as a rare guest who only comes a few times a year, but I cannot understand what connection you and I have with such an infrequent guest. Surely we must learn more about each other.
Yeah, you're right. I get the feeling that learning about each other will lead us to something very important.
On the other side lies the single future, Beatrice. No, it may be more correct to say that it is the true form we are supposed to possess.
With their hands still joined, the two Beatrices swore to fill in the parts the other lacked, and regained their single form. Bit by bit, Beato was walking down the path that led to the former Beatrice. Alright. And that is where we will leave off for today. But stick around for theory crafting and art. Yay! So let's just go to the episode 5 character menu. Okay, so let's put up, where is she? Erica MatPat. And you guys get to working away at your theories while I pull up art. Okay, got the Twitter. I am familiar with the Umineko motion graphic videos, but I haven't seen them since I was like a teenager, so I have enough memory to give you a good opinion on that, unfortunately. Okay. Okay, that. Got that. Oh, Gillian K with the $20. Hey, just wanted to say thanks for single-handedly giving us Gold Edition like a champ. Even after reading the story so many times, there's still new things to notice. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. We are all coping about the fact that at Anime Expo, Ryukishi said that Umineko Gold was up to Manga Gamer, which means that it is not actively being worked on. Sucks, but what can you do? Okay. Got a pretty good selection of art this time. So, I will pull that up in just a moment. But for now, let me scroll back to look at some of these theories. Ha-cha-cha. Okay. The elder must be from before Battler left the family. Okay, yeah. Let's see. Still not sure. Wait, what are you talking about? Oh, okay. This episode has only strengthened my canon is Shannon theory. Still not sure if he's a split personality, alter ego, or delusion, but I'm almost positive he's an aspect of Shannon now, especially that stuff Featherine said about two personalities sharing a body. Okay. Interesting. Donkey. I was hesitant before because some of the Red Truths saying Canon died in previous games, with the whole different personality counts as a different person combo. I believe in Shannon equals canon theory now. A lot of y'all are hopping on this one, huh? Interesting. Did any part of Canon's real name happen to match any side characters? I don't believe so. Sailor Saturn, can I ask the general opinion on Erica? Haven't seen past streams. Most people very heavily dislike Erica because she is pretty much the, like, she is posed as the thematic opposite to the messages that you are usually supposed to take away from, like, most of the story. let's see. It's so strange to me that so many people are popping into these streams. They're like, oh yeah, I haven't watched any of the previous ones. Like, guys, you were so spoiling yourself right now. You were so far into this game. You can't be doing this to yourself. Go back. Kinston Toast with the 25. Hi, Phantom Marigold from Discord. Ah, yes. I missed the stream because I was sleeping. Lol, very tragic. Anyway, can we please get a Beato? Ahaha. Yeah, just for you. I'll do it. I'm gonna back away from the mic a little bit. There you go. Okay. Let's see. June Pop, I think it's hilarious that in the beginning Battler goes, why aren't you the Beato I know? And the story answers that I believe that this episode's about parallels. Battler in the beginning mirrors Kinzo and his treatment of human Beato from episode 3. Canon's love of Jessica mirrors Shannon's love of George in theory, as they are both servants in love with someone out of their league. Elder Beato and younger Beato being scoundrels opening windows is precious and I love them. They are two halves of a whole. One of a legend already forged by rumors, and the other, the legend in the making. Love it, Umineko, and thank you, Marcy. Yeah, absolutely. You're definitely picking up on a lot of what this episode's putting down, I think. Definitely so. BP. Elder Beatrice, I believe, was created by Egg Beatrice from what she learned about Beatrice in the archives that the witch showed her too. She is the mentor of magic she craves, and Beatrice, she sought. I think there is, like, definitely some accuracy to that as well. Daniel. Something I was stewing on is that Erica's marriage to Battler could be symbolic of people trying to take ownership of dead people's legacy. Like how dead historical people have all their real-life characteristics sanded down to be palatable. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. That is definitely an interesting read, considering some of the stuff we found out in this episode, especially. Yeah. I'm gonna wait until I get a little bit through these theories before I ask you guys some, like, direct questions, because I want to know what you think about some stuff. I want to hear some specific thoughts about some specific things. Daniel Nguyen, during end of chapter 5, something was said and read that sparked something. It was something along the lines of, Kinzo is dead. No one could ever be fooled into thinking someone else is Kinzo. But in Game 4, Maria stated that she got the envelope from Kinzo. This means that Maria lied. She is an accomplice. I'm almost positive Maria is an accomplice in all games so far and lying for Beato. Possibly. Or she just totally believes in it that much. It's not beyond possibility to think somebody could have just handed it to Maria and said, I got this from grandfather, right? Because, you know, she is almost, you know, she could not be aware. Donkey, okay, luckily for me I don't have to update the culprit doc too much yet, so I'm feeling more confident in it. Okay, cool. Deathbird, I don't have much, but I've been full into the theming of Umineko now, more of an Erica than anything. You are reading a story, not a puzzle book. If you only care about the mystery, then you're missing a whole part of the book. Exactly. Definitely. Erica is a very fascinating character in how she reflects the ways in which the story is literally, like, asking you to be like, whatever you do, just please don't be like this person. Erica thinks she's the main character. She literally does. Theory. Shannon is the mastermind who kicks off the game, but the culprits for each murder is different each game. Okay. Interesting. Mainly the fact that magic circles are super important in episodes 1 and 2, but after the first twilight of episode 3, they stopped getting focus. Is it because Maria wrote those stories so they reflect her interest in magic? Well, to be fair, I must remind you that the first 2 stories were signed Maria, but they were not Maria that wrote them. The handwriting was of the person who wrote in Maria's journal, the one who was apparently Beatrice. So Maria did not write those stories. In Game 1, Final Twilight, I think Maria let Beatrice into the room where she killed Nanjo Genji Kumasawa, called the room herself. Look, locked the room after Beatrice left. Possibly. Okay. There's one scene I'm waiting for Marcy to get to involving Erica. Depending on which one you're talking about, that actually may be the one that I disclaimed a long time back that I am actually a little triggered by, and I may skip through when I get to it. I'll recap it, so obviously you guys won't miss context. It's a short scene, but, like, there is one scene in this episode that, like, literally I cannot do it. And it's well written. I don't think it's, like, bad and that, like, Ryokishi fucked up or anything. I think it's actually very well written, but yeah, that one's a little bit too much for me. The one with Jungfrau? Oh, okay, yeah, that one's harmless. That one's fine. Yeah. Yeah, I get what the one that you're talking about. Let's see. What was Kanon's real name? It was Yoshia. Clown Paws, I've come to the conclusion that that Beato, who reportedly plays with Maria every year, is real, live person, like someone dressing up as her. That was generally the consensus. Delina, when the reading of the core arcs is done, is it possible you might read the VN version of the manga exclusive chapter from the culprit's POV for those who might be confused still? I've debated on it. I've thought about it. I think ultimately my answer to that question, though, is no. And my reason for that is because I want to keep my playthrough in line with how the VN is set up and how it handles things. If people want to go out and look for that supplementary material on their own after we finish the series, then, you know, all the power to them. I read that stuff after I finished the VN as well, but for the sake of maintaining the vibe that the VN has of, like, being deliberately... I won't get too into it, but, like, the ways in which it is very deliberate about how it delivers and that information, I want to leave it as it is. And then... because I want it to be a choice for the people who seek it out. Felt like there was something missing from my understanding, but I never could find what. Now, though, I still don't know. It feels like there's a hole that thing should be being filled bit by bit. Yeah, that's how a lot of the back half feels like. It feels like you're definitely having things sort of slowly filled in. Yeah, Delina. Yeah, it's... I did think long and hard about it. I really did. But I think I've kind of arrived at that as my intention for the playthrough, for sure. Okay, bro. I'm not caught up. Pretty close. So I know I mentioned it before, but Battler having the cape in new form Beato feels really close to Kinzo and the homunculus from before. Kinsler lives. Oh, boy. Yeah, a lot of you have been picking up on those uncomfortable parallels, and I will say that you are right to feel uncomfortable about it, and there is some information that they're trying to impart to you from within that metaphor. It's a lot, but yeah, I'm gonna refrain from commenting too much on all that before we get further into the episode. There's stuff to say, but I think be doing the story a bit of a disservice by, like, moving in front of it to show all of its cards beforehand. I should just let it do its thing when we get to it. And I think you guys are smart enough to pick up on what's being done. Because you guys are really smart. Fuck. BP, we had a theory that Battler made a promise to take Shannon out of the island. Shannon equals Beato theory. But with the death of his mother, never showed up again. Shannon held out waiting for him, but eventually moved on. Beato was made in the unfinished game, and the two played, and Beato dying was her letting go of this hope. Okay, possibly. Possibly. But do you think that that alone would cause Shannon to, like, murder a bunch of people? Just wondering, but... Kind of sad my kid Battler caused a servant to fall down the stairs was disproven, but I think I'm right about Battler's sin strengthening people's belief in Beato. Interesting. Daniel, Maria said in episode 4 that she wanted Rosa, or in her words, wanted the bad witch dead, to Beato, so that feels like she is very solidly a co-conspirator. I mean, I guess, like, in the sense that a child can be a co-conspirator, like, I don't know how much I necessarily think that Maria gets, like, the full context of what's going on, but I understand what you mean. Why else would Battler apologize after realizing the truth and not be furious about the person killing his family? The motive is 100% love. Also, you know, without love it cannot be seen. I mean... skipping ahead just a second to address this question. How far in did you know the truth when you read it? I had been speculating about stuff, like, back during, like, I think I, like, started to kind of get a grasp of what my theory was in this episode, and then episode 7 is, like, when I was like, oh yeah, that's, like, there's literally no getting around the theory that I have now. Like, I'm flat out 100% convinced. And yeah. It kind of a late one, but, like, yeah, around, like, this episode 7 is, like, where I really started to get it. The first time. Donkey Monkey, I wonder how important the epitaph is for the overall mystery. I haven't touched it, but I constructed a full theory without it, but still feel like something's missing, and there was that line of being unable to become the Golden Witch without solving the epitaph. I would say yes. The epitaph is definitely important. There are knock-on effects of several things from the epitaph that are very relevant and pertinent in the way that you think about how things shook out, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I can't really get much more into it than that, but... reading that part of the episode 8 manga should be a conscious decision for each reader. Yes, I agree. I totally agree. Erica's very petty. I don't like her. True. I mentioned before that Maria can definitely be convinced in doing small tasks for the culprit, but under the belief they're Beato, but I don't think she is capable of directly killing someone. Okay, yeah. Okay, so now that I've caught up with the chat, I want to ask you guys a very important question. We have just been introduced in the beginning of this episode to Toya Hachijo, which is a real-life writer, but who is also the Witch of Theater-going, drama and spectating, Featherine Augustus Aurora. And we have also found out through this that, you know, we knew that episode 1 and 2 were message bottles that were sent out by the culprit before the murders happened. We have now just found out that episodes 3, 4, and 5 were written by Toya Hachijo, who Anjay says her tales have the same scent of Beatrice's. They have a scent of the truth on them. Like, there is something about this person's understanding of the case that means that, like, they can weave these tales based on the fact that they know what's going on. What do you guys think about Hachijo Toya, and what do you think about the fact that episodes 3 through 5 are her works? I want to know what's going on in your head right now about that. logically follows that Toya Hachijo must have been present on the island. And since her face looks a bit like Rosa's, that makes me nervous. Interesting. I hadn't noticed a resemblance to Rosa, but that's, now that I think about it, I'm like, oh, okay. Smiles, what was the question? I'm just basically trying to get a grasp on what chat's opinion is on the fact that episodes 3 through 5 were written by Hachijo Toya. What do you think that means? It's possible that she twisted the truth to make it harder for someone on the outside to figure out what's going on. She read it, solved it, and made it her own. I think maybe it's a little bit of an endorsement of making fanfic/inspired stories. Interesting. Headless say that there was a better title for you than Witch of Narration, and then Feathering shows up, so basically you're the Witch of Theater. Hee hee, ha ha. Does the line about Battler reaching the truth when Beato died mean that the meta layers of the story were present in the message bottles? It, to an extent, I think so, yes. It is a little messy. But I think that, yes, there are some intentions with the way that stuff is written, for sure. Because Anjay did read that part of episode 5, so. Yeah, Early Bottomist, we do Theory Corner at the end of every Umineko stream, so if you catch up, if you go back to the beginning and you catch up, you'll be able to join us, so hey! Really wondering how vague the scent must be for 3, 4, and 5. To all have it when 5 really feels different to me, but maybe that's just because of how much Erica's stank 5 has. Yeah, I mean, you know, are there any unifying elements in those 3 episodes that could maybe help point you towards a specific direction? I don't know. Connection to Rosa would be wild, because Rosa would be super old by 1998, and Maria is like the only 100% confirmed dead person, unless Rosa has another kid who she never mentioned to the family. Yeah, see, that, you know. I am not in a hurry to cope for Rosa. Smiles, it could be the reason why the episodes went buck wild. She knows the truth and thus twisted it to make magic seem more bombastic. Perhaps, but I don't know, like, given everything that Hachijo says to Anjay, and, like, the thought process that she leads her through, and the sort of interplay between their discussions, do you think that she's only trying to obfuscate the truth? Remember also the conversation that Battler, Virgilia, and Nox have in episode 5 about the trust between a mystery writer and their readers. And you know, like, sure, Hachijo is very arrogant, but, like, do you think maybe there's some part of that to what she's doing as well? I think that it doesn't matter that episodes 3 and 5 had a different author. They still have some truth to them. It's like she said, even before Pruth was found, the Earth orbited the sun. Very good and succinct way to put that. Interesting thought. I don't think Toya was on the island. I do think she has information that no one else has that she acquired through not-so-ethical means. Not-so-ethical means, okay. Interesting. We've got the conspiracy theories going about about Hachijo. Great. Good. I'm not being sarcastic, by the way, just so we're clear. I just wanted to make it known that I was not being an asshole. I think that's interesting. Does feel like real-life cases where an author finds notes of a deceased author and writes a piece of fiction based on it. Mm-hmm. Like, you know, a lot of true crime podcasts. Not really sure whether Anjay is really alive now. I mean, she's on the box art, but now we've got her in the story, and I'm not sure what portions are real. Yeah, I will say, the whole thing with Anjay right now, You are definitely supposed to be confused about that. He is doing that shit on purpose to you right now. Don't worry about it. We'll get to Anjay. We'll get to Anjay. Yes. I think it works for now. This here reminds me of fans of a show joining and adding their 2 cents. I think Featherine solved the mystery, then made her own game like Battler right now. Okay, yeah, because I mean, theoretically, if you do solve the mystery, then you have all of the parameters with which to make a game board similar to Beato's. So, like Battler is doing. So, you know, yeah. Episode 3 to 5 gives you a template on how to solve each game, especially episode 5. Mostly gives me the impression of those people that know the answer to mysteries and like people watching people struggle through it themselves, like you with us. I mean, hey, Virgilia said it herself. One of the only joys of a mystery, once you've already solved it, is getting other people to try and solve it. So, yep. I think her role as an observer is important because she has no emotional attachment to the tragedy. She can take a cynical analyst look to it. She's very similar to Erica. Perhaps. But we'll see. We'll see how Featherine goes. I wouldn't, at least right now, I wouldn't entirely liken her to Erica. Erica, I think, is a little bit more facts and logic pilled. Hachijo is still willing to listen to the thought processes that make up magic and stuff. Theater-going drama and spectating as the nature of Featherine's magic implies to me that she had nothing to do with 1986 and is interacting with the tragedy as a voyeur. Perhaps? Featherine, if 1 and 2 exist, then 3, 4, and 5 are hers. I feel like it might be carrying out the legacy almost, like when an author dies, but a superfan is able to continue their work. Less fanfic, more successor. Okay, interesting. Things she's doing within the universe is so morally questionable, but she's a very cool metaphor. Yeah, exactly. I've made jokes about this before to friends that, like, Hachijo is, like, she's, like, got an interesting perspective on a lot of the stuff that she's talking about, but also at the same time, she's, like turning to her audience, like, dude, like, how many sick anime powers do you think that John Benet Ramsey would have? And you're like, what the fuck are you talking about? What do you mean by that? Hold on. Pull back. What? Sailor Saturn, I remembered basically ignoring Anji's existence to some extent because I was so lost at this part. Yeah. It's a toughie. Narratively, Hachijo is introduced as the author, the same time Battler becomes the GM, but unless he went on HRT, I can't see it being him, among other reasons. Well, I mean, you know, Battler is also dead, so... I have Andre thoughts. It might take a sec to write it. Okay. Cool. So, Deathbird. So are we encouraged to make our own game boards when we solve it? I mean, you could. There are people out there who have done it. There is a fan game that was made by a mutual friend of mine, Umineko. Do not look this fan game up until we finish the story. It has tons of fucking spoilers in it. But it's really good. It's called Purgatory of the Golden Witch. It's a fan game made in the same style as the original releases of Umineko, made by somebody who understands the game board and is able to craft one based on that. And it's really fucking good. It's really good. I really enjoyed it. Maybe I'll stream it someday. Who knows? We'll see. BP, I remember being like, oh, episode 3 is the truth because Anji was alive, but it's written by Featherine. Yeah, I will say, I know that a lot of people are, like, kind of confused about the implications being, like, with the episode 4 stuff, like Anjay's journey. And, yeah, that stuff still kind of puzzles me a little bit to this day. I personally believe that some of that at least has to like the actual like peers into the real world stuff has to be like not part of the manuscript of episode 4. I think that most of episode 4's manuscript is probably like the meta world shit, the actual game board itself, where you choose to delineate, like see where that delineates. It's tough to figure out. But yeah, Did Feathering make the fighting game too? Nah. Well, maybe. I don't know. Wouldn't the thing with Feathering being the writer and supposedly knowing the truth so closely mean she might have inserted herself in the story somehow? I don't know. Glad someone was able to continue Goda's work. He's not the only one cooking now. That's pretty good, Bailey. Throwing some crack theory here. Feathering is Berncastell's master. Burn is her piece. All I have is the hair. Sure is interesting that you say that. Anyway. Another difference between 1 and 2 and 3 to 5 is that 1 and 2 arguably show the Ushiromiyas at their best, like Natsuhi in episode 1 taking charge, then 3 has Ava confirm the culprit, 4 with Kinzo, and 5... Yeah, interesting. There's a lot of interesting things when you consider perspective, especially. Like, who's writing this and what decisions are they making? I mean, obviously the pieces still have to act within their character, but... Yeah. Especially when you consider some of the shit that Battler says and does in episodes 1 and 2, and then you have to remember that the culprit would have remembered him as he was when he was, like, fucking, like, 12. Yeah, man. Uh-huh. Feathering is Goda. I refuse to explain. Understood. I see your vision. Normal Gabriel. As far as Anjay being alive still, I'm not sure how to explain it. I feel like her consciousness was basically pulled away from her with her real self being an autopilot, while her consciousness participates in the game as Berncastell's piece. When she dies there, she's booted back to her real self. While she was gone, her autopilot continued to pursue the truth in her own way, so when she comes back, she's already set herself up to continue. Don't know if she'll remember the games, though. Okay, that's a very interesting way to look at it. That is a very interesting way to look at it. Can't comment on anything, but yeah, interesting. Wanderlust is another example of a complete fanboard. I haven't heard of that one. I'll have to look it up. And yeah, don't play the fighting game. Don't look up the fighting game until you were finished with the series. It has spoilers in it. It does. The fighting game is an Arc Sys game? No, it is not. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure not. Hold up. Now you've got me second guessing myself. Let me look it up just to make sure. No. It was developed by 07th Expansion themselves in-house along with Alchemist. Oh, that's true. Episode 2 is the last time Battler was like a super pervert, wasn't it? Yeah! Yeah! Okay. I think we're good on theory time now. I think we're gonna cut off theory time so we can get to our fan art. Damn girl, it's windy in your room. I know. But yeah, let's go ahead and let's go to fan art corner. So let's see. Okay, got that. All right, so first we have Well, I'm actually gonna pull up the tag on my phone so I don't have to keep tabbing away from it every 2 seconds. Yeah, so we got this first from Normal Gaybro on Twitter. Whipped up this little shit post after the last stream. It's always more fun to draw from for me when I'm just getting across an idea instead of actually trying to make it look amazing. So this was such a blast to do, honestly. Super pumped to get in episode 6. Yeah. Honestly, I agree with that. Just trying to impart these very important ideas. So beautiful. So beautiful and special. We have this from Dav Space Caribou on Twitter, A Witch and Her Miko. Anjay is her like fucking like are you serious? Do you see this shit kind of face? Like what is this? Huh? What is this these fucking terrible romance scenes? Help me. Kill me. The fucking cat mouth. Very good, very good. Captured Feathering's energy pretty well here. Alright, let's pull up the Tumblr tag now. We have this from the-Paisley on Tumblr. Been listening to NezumiVA's YouTube VODs, and I'm so glad to be able to join Umi with everyone. Ratio triche upon me.
I'll say it in red. L plus ratio plus incompetent.
This is a very fun expression. I really like this. Great work. Also, very good colors. Great job. We have this from a-pining-tree on Tumblr. When you realize Umineko takes place during Rosh Hashanah, and that Maria knows a degree of Hebrew, she would get super interested in it like she does Halloween, she would. That's so cute. This is really good. I really like this. The little, like, floating, like, honeycomb thing is very adorable. Thank you for that. We have this from Dingo's Trash on Tumblr. Bros on to nothing.
Ah, so it's like that, huh? I understand everything now.
Doesn't get it at all. This was him in episodes 1 through 4. Like, the whole time. There's like a variation of this for episode 5 where he's like on the ground, like screaming and crying, pissing himself. Like, I understand everything now! Speaking of which, we have this from Daniel, Spaniel Tower on Tumblr. Umineko, Keeper of the Innermost Truth. Enjoyed the finale of episode 5 so much I wanted to show the power and tragedy of Battler at the end. Once again, it was me doing a very dark piece with a strong light source in the frame. Very much proud of this piece, though, especially how the gold lighting specifically worked out. Yellow can be tricky to work with, and the color profile itself was an obstacle, but it turned out great. After I got the sword done, I felt confident to add Beato in. She's being sad here, but I hope if Beato was able to persist in some form to this point, she'd be happy to see Battler reach the truth, even if she couldn't be there in person. Sleep peacefully, my beloved witch. This is really good. The lighting especially is fucking sick. You did a really good job with this, Daniel. This is really, really beautiful. And then also you got your alts, as usual, which you also did a great job with. Fantastic, fantastic work all around, but that's nothing new for our Daniel. So true. So true. And speaking of, this is also from Daniel. Basically the end of episode 5. Oh my god, you're the best. So smart. Sherlock too, my precious daughter.
Sis is on to nothing!
You were an accident! The fucking crying Erica face. So... Oh god. I got so many art ideas for this portion of the story, they're not done yet. I hope you know they're mostly shitposts to get one beautiful piece out of me and then a load of jokes. Then again, hopefully I can make some of the jokes beautiful. Admittedly, I did read a few pages in the manga and immediately stopped because it is wild. So excited to see what in the holiest of hells is happening. Yeah, there's a lot happening, isn't there? We got this from the Death Dash Bird, another one of these sin charts, this time for Natsuhi. Natsuhi did nothing wrong. She's great. Yep, didn't do anything wrong. Nope, not at all. Pride A+, Envy A, Wrath B, Sloth E, Gluttony E, Lust E. Fun fact, her total stats in numbers is 60. Her total is currently the lowest. Very interesting. The Ushirimiya family is in such a fucking competition of sorts when Natsuhi is the lowest so far after pushing a baby off a cliff. What are you guys doing? What's happening in House Ushirimiya? No, but of course. Love Natsuhi. Love Natsuhi. We have this from Scribbled on Tumblr, spelled Skribbled. I get that it's supposed to be a serious scene, but I couldn't get this image out of my head. Each time I think I could slip through a chink in their armor, Dlanor smacks me down with the red's longsword of Nox. Bonk! Ah! Ah! Just imagining like the squeaky toy noise hitting his head over and over again. Like, no, stop, please. Oh, God. And last but not least, we also have this from Deathbird. Here's my Umineko furniture OC. Yeah. Pravul. I think that's right. Or maybe not. I made him a lion because it's one part of Seraphim, and his main lore is that he helps me measure and judge sins. His weapon is a bat that uses an amount of strikes the person he uses it on. Also, while not related to Dlanor at all, he looks up to her and calls her Big Aw, that's cute. He is also used to do a large amount of paperwork. Very cool, very cool. I'm glad to see more people putting their Umineko OCs out there. Very fun. Maybe somebody, like, by the time we get to the end of these streams, should, like, do some kind of, like, compilation art with all of the OCs that have been shown off. That would be fun. But I believe that means that we are done, unless there is anything in the Discord, which I will check real quick, just to make sure I don't miss it. But I don't think there is. Just to make sure. Yeah, not seeing any fan art in the Discord, so I think we should probably be good. Anywho, yeah, I think we're good then. So, thank you all so much for watching once again. Had a great time. We're really getting into the thick of Umineko now. Oh, Beatrice, we're so in it. Hope you all look forward to next time. Once again, I have been Mercy. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. I'll see you, hopefully, next week. And, yeah. Bye!